Good morning. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting of the Cape Coral City Council. Today is May 27th, 2026. This meeting now comes to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gunter.
Here.
Council members Donnell. Here. Paduk.
Here.
Kilrain.
Here.
Ladstra.
Here.
Lehman. Here. Long.
Here.
Steinke.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Item 4 is business. 4A is discussion, first of which is the Yacht Club phasing approach presentation. I'll turn it over to Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Several weeks ago, City Council asked administration to go back to the table and look at a possible phasing plan. So we had to coordinate our architects for the structures, the engineering firm that is helping us design the site, and our construction manager firm, along with our public works staff overseeing the project. We did have that meeting. It was a good meeting. What we looked at from a phasing plan was what contractual obligations we have regarding the boathouse. We looked at what items were conditioned precedents to other items in the phasing. So what you're going to see today is not a phasing plan based on what we feel are the amenities the community wants. It is not a phasing plan based on geographic area in the site. What it is a phasing plan based on the order in which we need to deliver the items moving forward based on contractual obligations and then what is required in order for any later phase to be successful. So I just wanted to give you that background, and with that, I will turn it over to staff and our consultant to give the presentation.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, John Osterstock, Facility Projects Manager. Here to present our phasing plan for the Yacht Club. The first thing I want to do is just kind of, look at the site plan overall to give a sense of what we're going to need to get this site functional. As you can see, the marina, it needs to be supported by utilities and civil improvements. I'm going to put up another plan page here, which shows you the utility plan for this site. And the important takeaway here that I want to make is that in order for this marina to be, again, functional, we have to provide the life safety components, which is, fire, water, and that sort of thing, the electricity, and then the other items that need to support the docks. So in order to get these docks in, we need to have, at minimal, the utilities run around that basin. And, as you can see on that diagram, by the time you do that, you're basically at around 75% of the utilities in the site going in. So it really makes sense at that point then to continue, around the boathouse, support the new fuel tank area that we're going to be installing, and finish those utilities up to the new beach restroom and in that area along the shoreline there. So here's a cost breakdown of the phasing plan in the order that it needs to happen. Obviously, you need to get the underground items completed first before you can start doing any of the above ground work. So, and that's kind of why I wanted to talk about that utility plan first. We do have, obviously obligations to get this fuel system up and functional so that the boathouse can start selling fuel and then, thus provide us some revenue. And then a part of that phase would be the civil work and utilities I just mentioned, as well as some beach amenities. And what that would allow is for, our beach to have, the new sidewalks and a playground and really upgrade that area so that the community can continue to enjoy that part while we, determine the best path forward on the rest of the site. So after that phase 2 work, we're suggesting to have the new floating and fixed docks put into the marina. Again, that would get us one step closer to getting this thing functional and providing some additional revenue to the city. Phase 4, you can see, is the Harbor Master Building, which again makes sense to get the marina fully functional and managed. And then as we work down into phase 5, 6, and 7, you can see the next phase 5 would be the beach restroom, which would allow us to get rid of the trailer that we're currently using out there. And then the next item would be the maintenance building, which again, necessary to operate and maintain the site down there. The next item is phase 7, parking garage, phase 8, community center, phase 9 would be the pool and the lifeguard concession pump building. And obviously those are trailing on the end because those have a little bit of an unknown to them. There's some other possibilities that may come up as we progress through a potential P3s and those types of options. And that's why you'll see those kind of towards the ends of this phasing. So the recommendation for us is, again, to try to do that phase 2, which we're calling phase 2 because, phase 1 is the seawall work that we're currently constructing. So completing those items 1 and 2, right now we have estimated at around $38 million.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, James Pankinen with Kimley Horn and Associates. To follow up on what John discussed with the phasing, I've got some representations of what each of those phases would look like during construction. Of course, this is the existing conditions as you see today, post a lot of the demolition that occurred after the hurricanes and after the storms. Phase 2, as was described, would basically consist of the fuel tanks and the enclosures to support boating activities and the boathouse restaurant, kind of in the upper left corner of the image there. And then all of the site civil work, the underground utilities, as well as the beach amenities and parking on the far east side there where the boat trailer is and the boat ramp. The spaces that you see in the middle there, the white, those could be used for temporary parking, as well as for construction staging during the rest of the events. For phase 3, that would consist of the new floating dock and the new floating docks and the fixed marina elements to build out the rest of the marina. So from the seawall on the very far northern side all the way down to the boathouse restaurant and the day docks, and then the marina elements in the core there. Phase 4 would be the Harbor Master Building. Again, that would support the marine activities. That's got your ship store, laundry, restrooms, as well as emergency services that would be housed out of that building. Phase 5 would be the beach restroom up along the beach there. If you remember, that was designed to serve both beach as well as future pool activities. So that design would remain as it is today. And then once the pool comes online or other activities come online, you would have those restrooms available on the inside of the site there as well. Phase 6 would be the maintenance building, as well as associated parking and kind of service area on the western part of the site. And then phase 7 would be the parking garage, including the chiller, the boiler, the generator, and some of the infrastructure associated with that. And then phase 8 would be the community center. And phase 9 then would be the resort-style pool, and then also the concession, lifeguard, and pump building to support those pool activities. Phase 10, we've identified this, if you recall, in the master plan as a future restaurant opportunity. So we're just saying that could be potential future development that would be kind of to be determined based on budget and timing and whatever P3 opportunities or other opportunities might come associated with that site. So that gives you, again, a representation of the site once it's built out, once all the phases are complete. And then some additional images there just showing the entire build out. So with that, we'll open it up to questions or any other discussion that you have.
Thank you. I'll open up to council for any comments or questions. Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, basically, I guess what I see here as the rational approach on this would be to take care of those things that support the boathouse. Of course, your phase, I don't know if you're calling it phase 1 or phase 2, but really that's the $38 million in spending. And then if you look at the next grouping of things, if you looked at 3, 4, 5, and 6, that'd be another $25 million. That gets you through the marina. and the Harbor Master Building. And, I'm sorry, through the Harbor Master Building. So I could see that as a logical approach. Then again, we're concerned about the debt loading overall, so this has to be blended in with that. We're almost obligated on the 38 million though, in order to support the boathouse for the revenue generation there. So that's pretty much a done deal. After that, then I would then block those other groups, I think, and that makes sense. And then I think we'd be open to a P3, you know, let's go on and solicit a P3 again for some of the other pieces and see what that brings in. So that'd be my approach on it, so. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. In a perfect world, we'd have a P3 come to us and say, I'll take all these 9 phases. That'd be great. And who knows, we may get that. In the meantime, as we look at this, I think we sell ourselves short if we stop it at 1 and 2. And the reason why I think we sell ourselves, there's a couple reasons why I think we sell ourselves short in doing that. The docks and the marina itself, other than the revenue that we receive from the boathouse, the marina becomes our income opportunity to pay for this. If we have to pay for it ourselves, if we're not blessed with a P3 that comes and says, hey, we'll do it all, then we do have to pay for it ourselves. While there certainly has been public comment that we, and you always wonder who we defines, but we don't need any of this. Well, there's also an outcry that says we do need this. Where's the pool? We want some place for our kids to have swimming lessons. So initially when you know, the knockout punch was given by Ian, there was a tremendous outcry for we need it back, we need it back, we need it back. So I still believe we need it back. But initially, it is the yacht club. It was designed to accommodate the boating public that we have and the people that wanted recreational facilities when our city first started. So when we look at item 3 and 4, that 19 million is initially the only thing that will generate revenue for us to either pay for the debt or to replace the reserves. So, and a final thing that going through number 4 will accommodate is when we talk about the Harbor Master Building, you know, it's kind of brushed over that Harbor Master Building will accommodate emergency services. Well, that's not something we should brush over. Our law enforcement, our CCPD, having the canal systems that we have, having the riverfront that we have, we need to patrol that riverfront. And they're already busting at the seams as far as facilities to conduct their operations from. That Harbor Master Building will be the place where law enforcement operates from for marine units. And for our fire and for you know, aquatic EMS needs, that's where they're going to house themselves. And so for us not to make use of this facility to house that law enforcement, fire, and EMS requirements for our aquatic environment in the Cape, I think is a miss. And so to have the income potential, the income opportunity, and the facility to accommodate managing that income facility and run our EMS out of there, I think is a miss. Absolutely, I believe we need to fund phase 2, but I am heavily in favor of carrying that through item number 4 to provide the income opportunity that's afforded by this facility. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kadouk.
Thank you, Mayor. We recently had our strategic planning session and everyone got to put stickies on the board. We had a second hospital, but no one put the yacht club on that board. A yacht is a private luxury hobby. The government building a yacht club is an oxymoron. We should not be building a yacht club. We can do the beach, the marina, the boathouse, and parking. It's been offline for 4 years now. No one is asking for this. And to Councilmember Steinke's point, yeah, we do need a pool where our kids can have swimming lessons, but it's not a resort-style pool. I would like to know what happens to number 2 if 6 through 10 are eliminated.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, we strategically phased these in an order so that anything that was built preceding it wouldn't affect anything down the line. So, we could potentially, stop at 6 and not do the parking garage, community center, resort style pool, and determine what the best path forward is. Again, these were set out in this order so that they made the most sense as we constructed our way to developing this site.
Thank you. A parking garage at $38 million is completely unnecessary. We see in downtown Fort Myers where they use, or even Sanibel, app parking. That's all we need. App-style parking with paved parking right on the side of the road. This project is way out of scope. I mean, I can't even believe that we're here at $164 million remaining to build it. We should have put it on the ballot for our voters to decide. And all of us, like I said, we're in a strategic planning session. The yacht club was never brought up. So clearly it's not a need, it's a want. And I will get on board with 1, 2, and 3. Harbor Master Building, yes, I understand public safety, but $7 million for the Harbor Master Building when we're not gonna build out the rest? Or how do we pay to build out the rest is really the $164 million question. We talk about bringing commercial tax base online, and how do we do that? We hear it's a campaign season. We hear that we need more commercial tax. This would be a great opportunity for us to put the for sale sign up for the yacht club. We can keep it deed restricted with the beach, marina, boathouse, and parking, and the rest of it, we could bring the commercial tax base online. It could be a huge Tarpon Point or Cape Harbor. It could be something spectacular that we're not paying for. We have 2 options. We pay to build it and we pay to use it, or we put the for sale sign up, we bring the commercial tax base back online, and now we're generating revenue for the city. Someone else pays to build it, and we pay to use it. That's the most logical thing that we should be doing. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? One question I have before I make any comments, Mr. City Manager, is the funding. What's your recommendation on the funding? How do, we can pick whatever one of these items that we want. That's the easy part. The hard part is determining how we're going to pay for it. So I'd like to hear a little more, and I know we're going to have some other in-depth discussions today on funding and debt, but I'd like to hear, what staff's recommendation is.
Yeah, so if you were to have looked at the third presentation that we have, which is the special obligation revenue bonds, we have a recommendation in there, more particularly slide 12. So what we are recommending is that we have the undesignated fund balance of 29.9. We also have the sale of the Seven Islands proceeds that went back to the general fund of 40, basically 10.5. You add those together, we're at 40.5. Our recommendation on where to use that cash is to buy down the general funds portion of the fleet facility. And the reason for that, coming out of strategic plan, the number one priority that City Council gave staff was to make sure that we had financial sustainability and make fiscally sound decisions. By utilizing that undesignated fund balance for the fleet facility, that is not generating any revenue. And so what we do is we remove any debt burden from the general fund itself, so that we don't have any additional stress or debt burden on the general fund for that. So it accomplishes the goal of protecting the general fund and relieving the debt burden. Then we look to apply the balance of that cash to the yacht clubs phases 1 and 2. Now you'll see that leaves a balance of 18.8 million. And in the presentation that we have, you also, if you look at that $21.3 million debt component that was attributable to the fleet facility was, will you back up to the table? I think it's like slide 10. It's like the funding proportional allocation. So right in the middle of that table, you'll see general fund, and you look to the far right, which is the amount that it was going to, that's that 21 million. If we were to debt fund that 21 million, it would be about a $1.3 million annual debt service payment. So keep that in mind. 21 million, 1.3 million annual debt service payment. So let's go back, John, to the previous slide, 12. So if you look at applying the cash to the balance of the phase 2, we are left with basically an $18 million debt service that we need to cover. And if you recall from the previous slide, 21 million was 1.3. So here you're looking about a $1.1 million debt service payment. Now, if you remember from the boathouse prior to its disaster emergency, we were getting about $500,000 annually from that venture with the boathouse. So if we have a $1.1 million annual debt service on an $18 million payment, that's going to cover just about 45% of the annual debt service payment. If we're able to, as Councilwoman Kadouk pointed out, or Councilmember Stanky, or I know several of you, we put out an RFI, if we're able to secure another venture with another operator, either the marinas or something even more substantial, now we only have to cover about $600,000 from any of those other ventures, and we've fully relieved the general fund of any debt service payment. So when we look at lining up our strategic plan, what the council's main priority is for us and what we need to do for the community, our recommendation for funding the docks, for funding the civil work and the fuel tanks, which, by the way, it hasn't been said yet, we have to provide those based on our concessionaire agreement with the boathouse. We have to provide fire flow, we have to provide water, sewer, irrigation, parking, stormwater, lighting, communications, all the general site. That's our responsibility in the partnership to get 500 or more thousand a year out of that venture. So if we're able to do that, what you see is by applying the cash towards that, the balance, we could essentially alleviate the general fund from any of the debt service requirements for this entire $59 million worth of funding. So that's our recommendation.
Thank you, Councilmember Kadouk.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Mr. City Manager, we have to supply the infrastructure. That is exactly what governments should be doing, not supplying yacht clubs. When's the last time we had an appraisal done on this property?
I'm not sure, but we can always order one.
I think we should. And also, is there a quote floating out there for the fuel tanks that we could see?
John, do you have a quote or?
Well, and Cape Harbor
we have-
just did this, so I'd like to see what the difference is of the private sector versus the public sector.
We have our construction manager here.
Yeah, so we recently solicited several fuel tank suppliers. We have those. We didn't bring them with us today. We didn't know you'd be asking, but we can provide that to staff for you if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great, and then they can email it to us. Like I said, Cape Harbor just did this, so it would be, I'm very curious to see private sector versus public sector and what the cost difference is. Thank you.
Councilmember Lastra.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we go back to the other slide that shows our list and our priorities? Thank you. So Mr. City Manager, do you know any, like, or do you anticipate, or do you know, like, do we have a number of our potential reserves, like, that we might be seeing currently in this current budget?
Not for this fiscal year. We do know what we have from the sale and what we have from the previous year. We won't know that until we get closer to the end of the year, when we start looking at once we shut down spending and procurement for our financial policies, that allows us to then determine, we can close any encumbrances that are out there, POs that we're not going to use. And then we look at any year-end payments that we need to make, on behalf of pensions, on behalf of healthcare, into the self-insured fund. So it won't be until we get closer towards the end of the year that we have an idea of what the fund balance, unassigned fund balance might be at the end of the year. But there should be some. We have not had a catastrophe, so there should generally be some, just based on the way our financial policies are set up.
Okay, and then in theory, we could utilize some of those funds too to pay down the debt service.
Yeah,
Or
and an
different
option of that additional 18 million that we have that we would need to fund, we could, once again, we, don't forget, we're also on I think this will be our fourth, almost final year of building up our budget stabilization reserve, which was a 5-year plan to get to 3 months. That is the reason why we're in the position that we're in, is that council has agreed to that, has bought into it, and we've been funding it regularly. So once we make that payment, if there's funds left over and we are on our way to that last and final year, it could be that we finance that 18 million with commercial paper and then apply any fund balance from this year to further reduce that down and put us even in a stronger position in the general fund.
Okay. I mean, I guess for me, I don't have an issue with us doing 1, 2, or 3, or even 1 through 5, because I think, as Councilmember Steinke stated, being able to generate some revenue while we get this kind of back to the basics, I don't have any issue with that. I think that makes sense. I think that's what we've been talking about. I know back in 2021, 2022, prior to Ian, we even talked about the phased approach, and back then that was the approach. It was going to be from the outside in. And I would also, to Councilmember Kaduk's point, when she asked the question that if we, don't do 4 through 10, then you would assume that 2 would not be as extensive. And so, with that said, or do we build that extensive in either hopes that, we sell the property, or in hopes that we get a partner who wants to come in and pay for the whole thing? I mean, we just don't know. That's an unknown. But for me, I love the idea of doing the outside in and being able to have some revenue coming in while we figure out the next steps. I mean, to me, 1 through 3, 1 through 5, those are the basics. That gets us, doesn't get us close to where we were before, because we still won't have a pool or a community center, but it'll get us at least to utilize the space some and allow our visitors and our residents to have, some amenities there, especially once the boathouse opens. So I don't have an issue if we do 1 through 3 or 1 through 5. I think either option gets us moving in the right direction, and then we pause on the rest, because the rest could be considered wants. And, we pause on those, especially in this economy. That would be my recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lehman?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Councilwoman Lastra, but all right, in addition to, I have no problem with 1 through 6, because obviously you need the maintenance building if you're going to have the marina. But 7, 8, and 9, phase 7, 8, and 9, you're talking $101 million. And those are wants. We don't, I don't think we need it. I think it can be scaled down. Completely scaled down. The idea of a resort-style pool, I'm sorry, but a resort-style pool is not what you teach kids to swim in. I've been saying all along, put the resort-style pool in the community center over at the old golf course, but not a resort-style pool, an Olympic-sized pool, to then allow for swim team, senior exercise classes, learn to swim classes. I don't see you needing 7, 8, and 9. And I don't think we need a $38 million parking garage. I think that's kind of ridiculous. Thank you.
All right, I guess I'll jump in here real quick. Couple things, you know, first and foremost, you know, I think it's our responsibility to provide the infrastructure needed for no matter what the project is going to be down there. And most of the civil site work that needs to be done is, you know, the underground utilities, you know, complete the beach amenities, get the beach completed. So 1 and 2, I surely have no problem with the fuel system. We definitely, because of our contractual agreement with the boathouse, we have to put that in. We don't have a choice. But we also have to put all the underground utilities that's going to be needed for the boathouse and any other future projects down in that area. So I'm pretty confident that 1 and 2 we have to do moving forward. And Mr. City Manager, you know, I guess before I ask this question, if you look at 3, 4, 5, and even 6, the Councilmember Lehman stated, I think 1 through 6 we have to do down there in order to get it back up and running, you know, get all the parking done, the beach restrooms, the maintenance building to take care of the facility down there. So 1 through 6, I agree that we need to move those projects forward. 1 and 2, I think we have to move those projects forward now so we can, you know, get that project started. I agree with the funding mechanism that the city manager had outlined. One of the things that I have a little reservations on is item 3 through 6, and I'll tell you why. We already know that we have one RFP that's been submitted. Last week there was a second. I think we have to wait to see exactly what the, I shouldn't say RFP, unsolicited bid, I'm sorry. So there was an unsolicited bid. We have 2 on file right now that I think we have to look at. I think it's our responsibility to do the civil site work and the utilities, no matter what those unsolicited bids are. So I would rather wait to see exactly what that is. I know staff has started that process of reviewing those bids. We're in a cone of silence with those. But Mr. City Manager, when do you feel that you will be able to come back to City Council and brief us to some degree on the proposals and exactly what the scope of work is, whether it's partial of any of these items or in totality of all of these items?
So I was notified late yesterday by our city attorney that we did receive a second one. I have not seen it. I don't know if even the city attorney has seen it, but we heard one was dropped off. So we had already been reviewing the previous one. Based on the new one coming in, staff will need, you know, at least a month to evaluate that, the financial complexities, the deal terms, do a side-by-side comparison. It would be after we come back from hiatus, we'd be able to present a recommendation to you.
Madam City Clerk, when's our next committee of the whole meeting, once we get back after hiatus?
It is the 29th, July 29th, sir.
So, July 29th. Mr. City Manager, do you feel, since we are here at the end of May, that's almost 60 days, would that give you ample time to come back with a recommendation, if any?
Yes, sir.
So for me, with that being said, and waiting to see exactly what those unsolicited bid details are, I could approve and move forward with items 1 and 2 with the funding strategy that you have outlined, and wait on items 3 through 6 to see exactly where we are in the unsolicited bid process, and to see if possibly any of those unsolicited bids could even have outlined items 7 through 10. So I think I would need more information on exactly what the parameters are of the unsolicited bid. You know, as a P3, we all know that's a partnership. We don't know what they're asking of the city, and that could weigh in on how viable these unsolicited bids are. So for me, I would want to wait until we have that information, hopefully by the end of July, but move forward items 1 and 2 with the funding mechanism that you outlined, so I could support that. I do believe we need to get those docs in, but before I make that commitment to spend those dollars, I would rather wait to see where we are with the unsolicited bids. So that's where I'm at with that. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, our Army Corps permit, does that include item number 3?
Does it include, I'm sorry?
Does it include item number 3, or does it just involve the
Yes,
seawall?
we have the Army Corps permit for the entire marine improvements. If you remember, we only issued a construction contract for the seawall and the boat ramp, but the permit does cover the entire scope. That permit, I think, is a 5-year permit. 5-year permit, and so we still have plenty of time to execute the balance.
Okay, and I just wanted to give my rationale for not including item number 5 and item number 6 when I said I believe 1 through 4 is a must-do. In my one-on-ones with staff, I was addressing these items, and currently, right now, the $4 million investment for the beach restroom, which and I questioned that. I said, you know, I'm kind of in the building business, and those are some pretty expensive bathrooms, so to speak. It hit me, but based on the elevation that they need to be built at, and the fact that those restrooms were not only going to serve the beach, but also going to serve the marina facilities and the community center and whatnot. The fact that we have a contract right now for the mobile restrooms that we have, which takes away the responsibility to maintain those, repair those, and replace them if damaged, it takes literally decades for that to equate to $4 million. So that's why I didn't include it. Would it be nice to have our own nice restrooms that are fixed restrooms there? Yes, but from a financial point of view, the regular investment in contracting those restrooms out, it takes a long time to add up to that $4 million. So that's why I didn't include number 5. And number 6, while having the building there would certainly be more convenient, do we have the capacity right now to maintain that area mobily? Yes, we do. But if we were to do number 5, then I would definitely want to include number 6 for the maintenance component. But that was the reason why my focus was only on 1 through 4, was in an effort to save as much money as possible. The current arrangement we have for the restrooms that we are providing there, that will take us a long time to add up to $4 million. So that's why I didn't include 5 and 6. But I would agree that if we were gonna go long, definitely 1 through 6. And I don't know that I'd necessarily hold anything up while we wait for these the evaluation of these unsolicited bids to come in. Certainly, we can always let them take over. If we're going to approve one of those, then we can stop. But our citizens have waited for this long enough, and for us to continue the thought that if we were not going to entertain and we're not going to engage with a P3
arrangement, then I would say we shouldn't waste any time on being prepared to go through the number that we would decide that we're going to go through, and then certainly relieve those items backwards, if you will, with the thought that we would turn that over to a P3 relationship. Thanks.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Mayor, may I address one of the items?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
With, can I have Wright come up? So, council members, thank you. You may know about this, but I don't know if the rest of the council or community does. So, being on the TDC, Lynn Hall Memorial Park, Fort Myers Beach, had a $6 million contract to award to do some park upgrades and build a restroom. Wright is also the contractor for that. So I'd like to have them kind of discuss, you know, how do we get to a $4 million restroom, and is that similar or dissimilar to the same, you know, or like building at that park as well? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Robbie Powell with Wright Construction Group. Excuse me. Yeah, so we actually were the awarded bidder for the competitively bid Lynn Hall Park for Lee County. The restrooms are very similar. You guys have to elevate it due to floodplain requirements. That's going to require likely, and I don't know exactly, but we are building currently 18-inch piles, and we're putting in about 50 of them, as well as all the removals of the existing. You have an elevated floor of about 22 there. It's not quite as high here, but when you consider the structure itself has to be built a little bit sturdier to withstand winds and whatnot, as well as the elevations in the pile to do that. That's one of the reasons that you see those elevated costs for a bathroom. Yeah, in inner city, yes, it would not cost you $4 million, but you're building a pretty stout structure that has to be elevated for those reasons.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, my original thought was pretty much as where we're at right now, is to take 1 and 2 are required. I mean, we're obligated to do that just to support the boathouse. And then grouping of the 3 through 6, I identified them as 25 million at that time. And I said that would be the next logical step, because that's also revenue generating. And the only reason I paused is because I knew that we had that unsolicited bid. I'm happy to hear that we had another one. And basically, from a construction or engineering standpoint, I'm assuming that you guys have gone as far as you're going to do an expenditure of cost on 3 through 6 until such time you get told that you're going to be awarded the bid and start construction, correct?
Yeah, so to this point, we've been asked to provide you 60% budgets on the entire park, which we've done a while ago, which is the numbers you guys have been discussing and looking through. If we get an approval to continue to move forward, the next steps for us would likely be generating a GMP, which would lock in subcontractor pricing, and we'd be able to provide that to staff for approval.
Okay, and so it makes sense, just common sense, not to do that until such time that we decide whether or not we're going to be looking at another unsolicited bid to perform that, or whether we're going to perform it, correct?
Yeah,
So,
I
mean,
would.
So the hesitation now until, waiting until July 29th doesn't affect what you would do unless we're going to go out and give you the contract right now, which we're not prepared to do.
At this point, yes. If
Okay.
you requested additional budgeting, we'd be happy to oblige, but it does cost money to just continue to give you budgets.
Okay, so I'm in total support of the stutter step until the 29th. We glean in what those unsolicited bids, and maybe we'll get another one. And I just want to remind everyone, when we're talking about construction, there's no less expensive time to build something than today. Because as we go into the future, everything's going to be more expensive. We know what's happened to all the building materials, both from a polymer standpoint, a plastic standpoint, and also from a labor standpoint, asphalt standpoint. All that stuff is not going to stop going up. It's going to be curtailed a little bit from what we experienced over the last few years. But there will be no less expensive time to build it than today. So to the extent that we have the capability from a debt funding standpoint, somewhere along the line, we've chosen to do it ourselves, or whether we do it with someone else, the more rapid we can make decisions on these and being able to load it in a reasonable manner is going to save us money in the long run. And I think that that's just a common sense item too, that I wanted to make sure that was out in the public, that to the extent that we push things off, and we're going to be talking about the operational facility, the fleet facility, to the extent that we can build the right size building for that, it's better to start on that earlier than later. And we're going to save a lot of money in the long run by doing it that way. If you look at what inflation has been doing to materials over the last few years, the hesitation of waiting to do something, it far over and exceeds anything that we're going to save on doing it in a reduced manner. So, thank you, Mayor. So I'm on board with where we were.
Councilmember Donnell?
Yes, so where I am, I'm eager about this exercise that we're doing today at the council. I'm just trying to catch up as how we're going about it, because in my head coming here, I know the one thing that we're going to tackle are all of the projects that we have outlined, and I know it's in the presentation, I guess it's 3, because we are going to prioritize them according to our conversation. And then we have to talk about the funding. The reason I bring that up is because I don't want to say anything. I'll tell you the phases, good approach of the phases. But until we see, because someone already mentioned the fleet building, and we have yacht, which was not, you're correct, council member. I'm looking forward to seeing all of that played out, because then we get into the funding, and then we can talk about phasing all you want to, and then the timing based on the funding. So for me, I'm hitting, if we just isolate this out, then it makes sense. But for me, this is just one piece of a larger pie that we're going to be talking about today. And I don't have any comments about how we're going to fund it until we see the entire picture that we talked about at our last council meeting. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, but I'm just saying this is just one part of the broader context, and I understand it, but I'm not committing. The phases make sense. 2 through 6 are given, but then again, it comes down to funding and timing. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Long?
Thank you, Mayor. Where is the pier in relation to all this? I imagine it's not contemplated in any of these?
No, it's not. Correct.
Okay. So just for my peers up here, no pun intended, I mean, that's how we get in trouble, right? We do these things and we talk about, oh, let's get to the basics, and now we're $40 million into it for some sand and underground. We have to open the beach, no pier, you know? So the next time they come, it'll be, the costs are continuing to escalate before we even get there. Not to mention, these are just numbers on paper. When the real numbers come in, they'll be presented, you know, as a backup slide during the bond discussions as a 80% escalations, and then we'll just pass it along to keep moving on. So that's, again, to Dr. Donnell's point, the phasing, that makes sense. The money in the context of everything else, that's another discussion that we're going to have. The other question that I had, you had mentioned in the way that you had approached it, which made sense as far as where you have the restrooms. You had mentioned the thought process was because it was going to basically service the entire site, with the understanding that all these pieces were going to come through. Now, if you know the discussion, the way it's gone, things have minimized, at least in part, to a defined section of phases that don't go beyond, I think, 7. Is it possible now, in the context of, let's just say that we're not ever going to do 7 through 10, that restroom gets scaled down and then in turn the cost is reduced?
That's a potential, yeah.
Just because you had said, obviously, that it services everything. Well, if it services everything, and everything means another $60 or $80 million in projects that we're not going to do, I'd imagine then therefore the idea, again, just to kind of bring it full circle, is if that's the case, I think it should be above the harbor project, the marina projects, so it can service the beach. Because again, now we're looking at $30 million into the beach, and we're going to the bathroom in trailers. Which, you know, to me, I'd rather knock the beach out, knock the restrooms out. That's the core part that I think we're all, seems like, in agreement with getting done first, and then kind of maybe wiping our hands and saying, hey, P3 or what have you for the harbor, sell, whatever. Then we're done, rather than having it at the tail end of, and then there's a gap in between, well, we're not going to get bathrooms until we get the marina, and the bathrooms are really for the beach, and that's where they're going to be geographically situated. I would bump those and minimize them if that's the case. So as far as the way that it's phased in, that's great. Again, it's a little dangerous to talk about, well, and it makes sense. I guess at a foundational level, hey, well, you know, we're only paying this much for a trailer, but, you know, it would take us years of paying the trailer before we pay off $4 million more. I mean, that could be attributed to anything, right? I mean, if we attributed that to the Boathouse restaurant, we could put a food truck there, and it'd cost a hell of a lot less than, you know, putting the infrastructure in, or even the $3 million in tanks. You know, if we just attributed the proceeds at $500K alone, it would take us 3 years just to pay off the fuel tank investment, if that number is accurate. So it's not as simple as what we're looking at on paper. I know it's impossible to create a presentation that really gets involved in everything, but it's our job up here to dig a little deeper than what we're seeing on paper, to make decisions outside of this box that we know are going to continue to escalate. So those are just a couple of my ideas with regards to the phasing and the funding. Thank you.
Yep, Mr. City Manager, can you, I know we're in the process of doing the seawall replacement as we speak. Refresh my memory on the length of time that the contractor has performed that aspect.
So the contract for that was 600 days.
And I think sometime in January is when the notice to proceed.
I believe so, yes, yeah.
All right, and my next question, if you were given a green light for the docks, no matter if it's today, July 29th, or someday into the future, knowing the timeline for the seawall replacement, what would be the earliest time that you feel that the docks could even be started?
Well, it's, and I don't mean to dodge your question, but it's hard to answer, and I say this because the process we've been running through with city staff is that we would create the GMP, we would provide that, but then at that point, we would work with staff to do a direct purchase to help save you the tax money. Bellingham has been the floating dock preferred on this, and when we originally talked with them and were originally going through this, some of theirs were anywhere from 10 months to a year out as far as delivery. So until we get to a point where we know purchase orders can be released, it would be very difficult to establish a timeline that we could give you today that says, hey, we think we could be done in this. Because it'll all be dependent on that front end release of the purchase order and the submittals.
Okay, but as far as construction, we're looking at least 10 months to a year.
Every bit of that, yes, sir.
And even if you start at the same location that you started with the seawalls and work kind of in parallel, that would be the only way that you could move up that construction period on the docks, because of course we got to put the seawalls in before we put the docks in, of course.
Yeah, and we would look to every way to expedite it where we can, but just off the cuff, initially we would want to start by the boathouse, because we'd want to get out of their way as quickly as possible and be able to allow them to use those as quickly as possible, which may just delay other areas being done, so that we're trying to get out of people's way as we're going.
Okay, all right. That answers that question. And the reason that I asked that, you know, I think we have ample time here to make those decisions, because of, we have to get the seawalls in place. You know, we still have a process once we give the green light on the docks, which I think we have to try to get in there. So for me, waiting until July 29th, I think would help us to make a better informed decision on how to move forward. Secondly, since Councilmember Long brought up the pier, Mr. City Manager, my understanding, of course, we're going through the Army Corps process, excluded from what's already been approved by the Army Corps on the yacht club improvements. That's a separate permit that still has not been issued by the Corps, is my understanding. But more importantly, also with my understanding with Hurricane Ian, since we're not changing the layout of the dock, we should get 100% reimbursement for the construction of that particular dock. Once we do have the design, once we have the permit completed with the Army Corps, knowing exactly what we need to do, and then come up with the design and then put that out there. My understanding, we should recoup 100% of that expenditure. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The pier has never been part of very early on in the yacht club design, because we were talking about 2 piers, if you all remember, and what we were gonna do with the piers, and then Hurricane Ian, and then with Hurricane Ian, we had basically a decision to make. Do we try to restore the pier using the existing pilings that were there? We had a structural engineer and a marine engineer go out and evaluate all the pilings. We did an entire presentation to City Council based on the cost to repair or replace. And financially, the best option was to replace, and council agreed with that recommendation based on the life cycle, how much time we were gonna get, and the money we were gonna put into it. So that was the path that we were going down with Hurricane Ian. Piers are at the bottom of the barrel, and it's just a fact of life. After any natural emergency, the Army Corps gets inundated with permits, and they have to triage all of the permits they get and work on them in a fashion from what is life safety, critically important, bridge failures, buildings, water features, dams. Then they go to items of lesser importance, and ultimately you get to quality of life projects. They're last. It is not a coincidence that the Naples Pier, the Fort Myers Beach Pier, the Cape Coral Yacht Club Pier, and the Sanibel Pier are still waiting to get permits. We are all in this together. We are all asking the same agency for quality of life permit. The Corps is triaging all the work that they have. In addition, that's added on top of their normal workload. I want to tell you that Councilwoman Laster and I had a phone call probably 2 or 3 weeks ago with the Army Corps of Engineers and our lobbyists. And I asked them, our permits that we have been getting are 24 months. It's taking a minimum of 24 months. Do you see any light at the end of the tunnel? And Councilwoman Laster, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. And they told me, absolutely not. And I said, can you tell me why? And they said, DOGE decimated us by 25% or more of all senior employees that can move permits quickly. So we're in a training mode. And on top of that, as people are leaving, we are under a hiring freeze. So the number of staff they have every day is reducing. We asked, they said you could expect 30 months, 2.5 years to 3 years. It's just a fact of life. I know there's people in the community that thinks we're not doing enough, we don't get our lobbyists involved, we haven't written letters to our state senators and our congressmen, and we've gotten our councils not involved. We're all pushing. There's no more levers to pull. It's a quality of life permit at the bottom of the barrel, and they have minimal staff to accomplish the workload they have. Thank you.
And the only reason that I mentioned that is mainly for the funding mechanism piece. I don't want us moving forward with the big fear that we have this additional large expense that's going to be coming forward because of it appears that FEMA will be reimbursing us just like the other cities that lost their piers, for the expense. Unless they modify it, then that's a different story, but we're not doing any modifications. We had a tier pier there, where it's exactly what we're putting back, same size, same shape, so we should get reimbursed 100% on that. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. While our representatives from Wright are here, a quick question. If we could bring up the Phase 2 illustration, perfect, thank you. It'll be great for us to get to the point where our citizens can launch and retrieve their boats, being able to use a ramp in that area again, and the facility to park their vessels and their trailers. It's awesome. I have a concern, and I'm hoping you can alleviate it, that without doing the marine improvements with the docks, where do the people that launch and bring their boats in for retrieval, where do they dock up as they would be dropping their boats in the water, putting their trailers away, and then returning from their day at sea to get their trailer and bring it down to the ramp?
Yeah, so the way that all of this has been structured in phases has been fairly general. If we go to put in the boat ramp, what we would likely recommend to staff is that we add some docks within those areas just for those purposes, so that they could get out of the way, dock up, set up, and then head out or come in. So they'd have a place to park if they're waiting to get out. It's just in a generalized phasing that hasn't been shown here. But we would have to add portions of that into this to accommodate that.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we were aware of that, and from a cost perspective, there will be some type of dockage that's going to need to be required to actually use what we see here for this phase, and it should be adequate. We've seen at our other boat ramp facilities, because of the loss of this utility, that with the pressures that have been put on the others, that we have backups at those ramps quite a bit, people waiting to launch, waiting to retrieve, because there's nowhere to put the boats in the water to get on shore to go get your trailer, or vice versa. So I'd want to make sure that as we do this, it would make proper preparation to use the facility as it's intended to meet the capacity of the folks that come and go with their boats there.
Yep. Yeah, we can look at that with staff and Kimley Horn. Also, our project manager just pointed out to me, which I misspoke, the boat ramp is actually being built as part of phase 1. It's just unusable because we don't have the docking. So when we go to do the rest of it, we can get whatever docks need to facilitate that.
I need to clarify. So it'll be usable to the extent that you discussed. So all of our saltwater boat ramps, Burnstore boat ramp, Horton boat ramp, and Rosen boat ramp, none of them have staging docks for launching and recovering. Essentially, the boat that's in line, staged in the water, pulls into the ramp, cleats off, goes, gets their trailer, and recovers. That's how all of our saltwater ramps operate. So to speed that up, and one thing we've talked about with Parks and Rec and Public Works is to add some staging dockage to all of those ramps, Burnstore, Horton, and Rosen. Here, we've designed it in eventually as part of the docks so that somebody can be in the launch and recover lane, and the next person could have their boat tied off, go get their trailer, and then just move it around. There are opportunities we can do to all of our boat ramps. And this one is designed ultimately to function that way. The other ones, we would have to add those docks to. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize again the hesitation between now and July. And that makes good sense for us because basically there's not anything that you're going to do in the next period of time that's necessary to take it to the next step, because most of the stuff is going to be done in detail engineering when you go to 60 to 100% or 90%. And your constructability study is going to kick out any additional things that you might have missed. And you will never approach either of those things until you have the contract in hand, correct?
Correct, yeah.
So, and it's the constructability analysis that's going to really kick out the last pieces of what any cost structure might be, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to emphasize that, Mayor. We're not hurting ourselves by waiting until July.
Councilmember Laster?
Thank you, Mayor. And just very quickly, I want to clarify what the city manager stated regarding our meeting with Army Corps. That meeting was a direct result of the visit that I did in Washington, D.C. with the Youth Council. As I met with our senators' offices and our congressmen, the two things that I talked about of our city's concern was, of course, septic to sewer appropriations money from the federal government, as well as time that it takes for these Army Corps permits. And at that time, our legislators up there thought it would be best that we have a meeting with our lobbyists and staff and myself to hear firsthand the struggles that they're having, given Doge and some of the other issues. And I apologize for not bringing that up during the meeting. I wasn't trying to keep that from you guys. I guess my question, Mr. City Manager, once you get direction from all of us in terms of, do we want to do 1, 2, and 3? Do we want to do 1? Do we want to do 1 through 7? Once you get that consensus from all of us, will we be able to get actual bids of what these cost? Because as we stated earlier, like with number 2, assuming, let's say we just do 1, 2, 3, and we don't do the rest because we're going to wait and review the potential unsolicited bids that we have, you know, that number I'm assuming would go down. Would you be able, how quickly will you be able to get us, I guess, actual numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. So the way a process with a construction manager and Rights Our construction manager works is they are essentially an extension of our staff by way of contract. So they are our project manager, they are our procurement, they handle all the invoicing and payments and basically on-site inspections. So they basically are us by way of contract. So what they will do is if we get direction to move forward, they will go out to their slew of contractors who do all these types of work, and they will actually solicit based on the engineered documents that we have. They will put out bid specifications, submit, get all the bids in, evaluate the bids for responsiveness and completeness, go through any issues that they see, if there's anything missed, handle all that. Ultimately, you know, for that work and for then the site management and the payment, then what they do is they submit to us a guaranteed maximum price.
Okay.
That then comes to you all for approval to award that, what we will call a change order or a contract amendment to their contract to add that scope of work into their contract. And then they go off and execute. They buy the materials, secure the, you know, get their subcontractors in place for us, get all the work scheduled, manage the timelines, manage the site, manage all the inspections.
And that will
So
happen.
you will, when we bring you the GMP,
Okay.
all of the backup documentation for those quotes and those low bids are contained within that. Now, I do believe we talked about in our meeting when we came up with this phasing, the fuel tanks have a longer lead time, similar to what was talked about, the material earlier on the floating dock. I think it was 10 or 12 months. So one of the things that we were talking about, if the fuel system was authorized to move forward, was to actually amend that into their existing work authorization that they have now for the seawall, so that we could, the city could direct purchase the tank immediately. In this way, we're working through the, you know, that's on order, but as far as the installation and the construction, the insurance and all the things needed for that, Wright could still be working on that behind scenes. So we have kind of a two-part path. The fuel tanks, and because of the lead time, we think we're going to execute one way, and then the civil site work and utilities will be the traditional, you know, GMP process that would come back to you all after they have time to bid it, evaluate those, and make sure everything is complete. As far as the civil site work, utilities, and beach amenities, that, you know, is kind of there. Councilmember Steinke, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just spoke to Wright. It is a possibility in that civil site work and utilities, we could add in that scope of work the launch and recover dock. If we can peel just those out of the entire floating and fixed dock and just add that scope to that one, so that that is complete and we can get more use through that. But I would just like, if you all want to do that, let us know now so they can build that into their scope.
Okay, and then just to go back really quickly to the pier, you had stated, just to clarify, that that would be funded by FEMA, correct?
I think the way it works is we, Mark or Crystal, we have to pay for it and then seek reimbursement for the pier.
And then if that's the case, is there any benefit to ordering that equipment soon? So that, I mean, I know that that is a long-term, that is a definite want, not a need. But is there any benefit to ordering those supplies to get a lower price sooner rather than later?
I'll have Crystal address
Okay, okay.
that, and then I'll have Wright discuss whether or not ordering is.
As far as FEMA is concerned, we will be reimbursed for the cost of the existing pier, not the new pier or what we plan to build. It would just be what was torn down.
Okay, and with that point, maybe Wright Construction can answer this. Do we know, do we have plans on it or know any anticipated cost for the new pier? And how that, you know, would differ? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how much we would have to take of our taxpayer money to get that pier finished.
The current estimate for the fishing pier is $5 million.
5 million, okay. And again, is there any benefit to ordering that equipment sooner rather than later to get a better price, as opposed to waiting 5 years, or?
The risk is if there's some conditions that come about from the Corps related to pile size or type of the pile. So there's some risk there, and I don't know that it outweighs the.
The benefit?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'd like to reconcile the comment about 100% reimbursement versus replacing what's lost and what we're building. So can I get some clarification for the mayor on that?
Yeah, I think that would be either Mr. Mason or our finance director. It'd be one of you two that would probably answer that question that the city manager has.
I'll repeat the question. So, the mayor had asked if we are gonna be reimbursed 100% for replacing the pier that we have. And then Crystal, you just said it's for replacing the pier that we have, maybe not the one we're building.
Correct.
Can we I don't know what the difference is between that.
They will replace the cost to replace in its old condition, our existing condition before it was destroyed. It will not replace the updated version of what we plan to build.
So what you're saying, and just so I'm clear then, because that's how it wasn't explained to me before, they'll do an evaluation on what the value of the pier was at the time that it was destroyed. And for argument's sake, they could look at that and say, okay, that pier was valued at the time because of the age, condition, how it was constructed at $2 million. But the pier that we are going to be building to today's standards, and it has a valuation of $5 million, we're still going to be responsible for that $3 million delta. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. FEMA will to restore it back to its original condition. I hope maybe that's better terminology to use, instead of new plans,
And
whatever our new plans
has
are.
that valuation been determined yet?
There are cost estimates. I don't have the number. I can get that for you. There has been an inspection and an estimate of cost. I just don't want to be misquoted.
Okay, that would
Get
be
that for
great
you.
information to
Absolutely.
have. That way we would know what that delta
And that's the
could possibly be.
FEMA inspectors when they come around and do the evaluation. Okay. So that number would come from FEMA.
Right. Yeah, so if we could get that information, I think help us better understand that dollar amount that we may have to put towards that project.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Cadid?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm glad that we're talking about the pier. So, Mr. City Manager, you said we're all in this together, meaning other cities are waiting on the Army Corps permit for the piers?
Yeah, all for this, Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, Naples, Sanibel, all have not started construction.
So while I've been sitting here, I did a quick Google search, and naples.gov has their entire timeline listed. September 28th, 2022, Hurricane Ian caused catastrophic damage to the Naples Pier. They literally have every single thing down to October 10th, 2025. The city received the final permit approval from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Groundbreaking in January.
Yeah. So, and by the way, it does say on here that FEMA is posting, and I think that was fair for Crystal to say, you know, they are posting on their website that it's passed their test and their pilings. So to say that we're all in it together, I don't know what Naples is doing that we're not doing, but they've already got theirs under construction, and they have an update on their website all the way up to a month ago. They had 59 concrete pilings that were deployed, so we need to look to other municipalities and get on board, because they are doing something that we are not doing.
I will reach out to the Naples city manager and find out what they
This
have.
is on naples.gov
If I could say
/
something.
city manager's page. He's the one that posted it. I mean, it's his page. I'm sure his communications department's holding it, but the entire timeline is there. So we are definitely behind we are not doing a good job.
Could I just clarify something real quick on that? So to what the city manager said, we all are in that together. We all got in the line together. Naples was first, Fort Myers Beach was second, and we're behind them. So as they've been working through issuing the Naples permit, now they're starting to look at, Fort Myers is very close to getting theirs, and we are also getting ours actually looked at in comments and information exchanges going back and forth. So we were all in line together. Naples just happened to be the first.
Yeah.
And we had decisions to make about ours, whether or not we were just
I think
gonna
every city has decisions to make about theirs.
repair and replace and evaluations. I don't know if they went through that, but I'll find
Yeah,
out.
it says
I'll reach
that-
to Naples.
More than 30 pilings collapsed, nearly 50% of the structure is missing. It was no longer usable. So, I mean, yeah, we need to look to other municipalities to see how they're doing it and how they are having a whole timeline of this. And if we plan on doing the pier, it sounds like we do, why that's not part of the project already. I mean, that's, to me, the beach, the pier, the basics is what we should be working on. That's all. Thank you.
All right, had no other lights on, I think it would probably, since Councilmember Donnell has some reservations on how to possibly move forward because of funding, why don't we go through the other presentations, and at some point, we'll circle back to this presentation, maybe try to give the city manager direction on any of these segments to move forward. Would that be a little more comfort to you, Councilmember Donnell? Yes, that's okay. Everybody else okay with that? Sure. All right. All right, so we'll do that. We'll get through some of these other presentations. At some point, we'll circle back here to the slide 5 and you know, and try to give the city manager some direction, how to proceed. So with that being said, no other lights on. Why don't we move to item 2 on the agenda, which is the North Cape Government Complex Fleet Maintenance Facility.
Thank you, Mayor. At the last meeting, Councilmember Long had asked to get an update on where we are with the design of the fleet facility. If you recall, at the last meeting, we had the construction manager at risk contract as well as the engineering firm that Weston and Sampson to work on the site and some of the building issues. Councilmember Long asked to get an update, and so we have an update prepared for you today.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. John Osterstock, Facilities Project Manager. Today I want to talk to you a little bit about the fleet maintenance facility that we've been designing. I'm just going to give you kind of a brief overview here. So the city's Fleet Services Division is responsible for maintaining 2,035 vehicles and pieces of equipment that support critical city operations, including police, fire, emergency management, utilities, public works, parks and rec, and other municipal departments. The current fleet service facility was constructed in the 1960s. And it was originally designed as a storage building for property tour buses, not a modern fleet maintenance operation. So over time, it has been repurposed to support the city's growing fleet, but the building's age, condition, size, and location now significantly limit the city's ability to maintain essential vehicles safely and efficiently. So the current facility limitations are, number one, the existing facility is only 19,000 square feet with only 13 service bays, which is insufficient to maintain a fleet exceeding 2,000 assets. As the city has grown, the facility has not kept pace with those operational demands. Our operational constraints currently are that the limited space forces technicians to perform some maintenance outside on the adjacent asphalt, particularly for large equipment such as school buses and fire trucks. One fire bay has been designated, and it's just a portion of the utilities warehouse that's on loan to the fleet maintenance division. No additional bays are available for vehicles that, you know, kind of get opened up and are waiting for parts before they can get closed up and get back into service. So that creates, you know, backlogs for repair and extended downtime. The limited overhead clearance also restricts servicing a lot of the modern heavy-duty equipment, including, you know, stuff like excavators and, again, ladder trucks, those types of equipment. In addition to all those factors, The building itself is deteriorating. There's structural components that I'm sure you guys saw on your tours down there that are deteriorating, rusting. There's portions of the beams that have corroded away. There's stress tracks in the concrete around the vehicle lifts. It's just not in great condition at this point. The building also lacks adequate ventilation and does not meet current fire sprinkler safety codes. The facility is also located in a flood-prone area, posing risks to city equipment and maintenance operations. The parts warehouse lacks sufficient storage and accessibility, slowing repair times. These deficiencies directly impact the city's ability to maintain police cruisers, fire apparatus support vehicles, utility service trucks, and heavy public works equipment residents that they rely on every day. So here's a little bit of a breakdown of the assets by department. You can see police has 446, fire and emergency management 269, public works 478, utilities 484, and then as you go down, giving you the total of 2,035 assets that this fleet maintenance facility is required to maintain. So the current service facility has exceeded its intended lifespan and no longer meets the operational needs of the city. Continued reliance on this aging infrastructure increases maintenance inefficiencies, operational risks, and potential impacts to essential services. An investment in a new fleet service facility will ensure the city can reliably maintain the vehicles and equipment that support public safety, infrastructure, and daily municipal services. So how did we get here? So there was a resolution back in June 1st of 2022, which authorized Weston and Sampson to develop a feasibility study and provide options for where this fleet facility could be located within the city. Concurrently with that feasibility study, the city contracted with CST Fleet Services to evaluate the following: vehicle utilization, age analysis, and life cycle for the fleet vehicle and equipment, fleet best practices evaluation, fleet scoring model, fleet right sizing, and cost of service / billing rate modeling. Outcomes of both studies were presented to City Council in June of 2023 with the following options. First, the current needs are 24 maintenance bays. The needs in 2045 would be 30 maintenance bays, and the needs in 2070 would be 40 maintenance bays in a larger facility to accommodate operations build-out. The City Council, by majority consensus, directed staff to design the 2070 larger facility, and that was ratified with Resolution 187 in June of 23. The Resolution 117 and 24 was approved to design the fleet facility and property management facility, which were at that point going to be utilizing the same site. So here is a rendering of what the new designed fleet facility will look like. To address these challenges and support the city's continued growth, the city has designed a modern fleet facility capable of meeting current and future operational needs. Key features of this new facility are a 60,000 plus square feet multi-purpose maintenance space, 40 service bays, which include 24 light-duty bays and 16 heavy-duty bays, expanded parts storage, and improved workflow efficiency. Modern safety systems, including fire suppression and ventilation, adequate overhead clearance for the heavy equipment. The facility is also located outside of a current flood zone. In addition to those items, a new strategically located fuel site will provide fuel to city forces so that they don't have to drive back down to, to get fuel down here, 10, 15 miles from where they're potentially working. The importance to public safety and city operations. So Fleet Services plays a critical role in maintaining vehicles and equipment required to deliver essential city services. A modern facility will, ensure police, fire, and emergency response vehicles remain operational and reliable, reduce vehicle downtime and improve service response times, increase efficiency in maintaining more than 2,000 city assets, provide safe working conditions for the city technicians, and protect city investments in vehicles and equipment, as well as support continued population and service growth. So this is the project cost history. Based on the 90% design, the estimated cost for the new fleet service facility is around $50 million. The 60% cost was a little bit less, around $42 million. And if and when we bring on the construction manager for this project, they will be providing an updated cost estimate, and which will provide us a current day estimate. The other thing that we have on here as far as project costs are the design costs, which are just north of $4 million right now, pending in the amendment that was brought forth last week. That amendment, which we can talk about further in detail, includes some design changes as well as some other efforts that were needed to change the zoning up there to get the correct allowances for us to put certain features up there, like a wall and other zoning requirements. The other item that we had brought forth last week was the CMAR, the construction manager at risk. And again, that was about $188,000, and they will provide, similar to Wright Construction at the Yacht Club, they will be the construction managers. They will provide on-site coordination efforts and the quality control, as well as bidding out the project and providing some constructability and cost estimates. These next couple slides are just, I know they're going to be hard to see, but these are just a breakdown of the 60% design costs and the 90% design costs. So I think it's important that we kind of look at what other similarly sized cities are providing for their fleet maintenance facilities. So here's our existing Cape Coral Fleet Facility, and you can see we have 13 small bays. This is Jacksonville's fleet maintenance complex, and you can just see instantly the size difference. They have 64 large bays and 10 small bays. Orlando Fleet Maintenance Complex, again, a whole lot larger, 50 large bays, 18 small bays. Now, it is important to recognize that they obviously maintain their own trash trucks and whatnot, so the comparison isn't quite apples to apples, but you get a good idea of what it takes to run a modern day fleet facility. This one is probably more in line with our city, the Port St. Lucie Fleet Maintenance Complex, which you see has currently 14 large bays and 20 small bays. So again, the proposed fleet service facility will address challenges and support the city's continued growth. The city has designed a modern fleet facility with 40 service bays capable of meeting current and future operational needs. So the recommendation is to engage Charles Perry Partners via Resolution 7-26 for the construction manager at risk services for the construction of a 40-bay fleet facility to sustain the city's fleet operations for the next several decades. We also recommend approving Resolution 122-26 in the amount of $304,937 for additional design, permitting, and construction-related services associated with the design and construction of the fleet facility. And lastly, to approve a financing plan to support the construction of the fleet facility. Any questions?
Thank you, Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, I think that anyone who's been down and taken a look at this facility in recent years would agree that it needs to get replaced. And the fact that it's in a flood zone, I think even adds additional emphasis to that and makes it a must-have. The key element, as I see it, is it really relates to the life safety element of the city in being able to support those safety vehicles, both from a police standpoint and a fire standpoint. And I'm amazed that we haven't had more incidents of accidents with employees down there, the way that they have to rig stuff up to be able to work on it. And they're magicians almost in the way that they're doing stuff. The building in itself, for those who have not seen it, there are a lot of areas in the buildings where there's corrosion, a lot of failing structural members. So I mean, it is ready to get replaced. My question is, at what size and what cost? And again, it's going to fit in with the other plans. I am all for making it right-sized for the future. I don't know if that's the 70 model or whether it's the 40-year 45 model. And, you know, the increment of those 10 extra, I think it was 10 extra bays you were talking about. I don't know what that cost element might be. I can certainly, again, repeat that it's never going to become less expensive into the future to do this. So to the extent that our overall financial picture can manage this in a manner that doesn't over exceed our debt capabilities. I'm in very much support of doing it. My only question is that incremental 10 bays I think that you're talking about, how much juice for the squeeze in getting that extra 10? And that's where my head is right now. I think all the other costs are going to be where they are in coming in, to get us to that year 2040 element. It's whether we take that extra bite and what price glories for doing that, and what is the relative benefit of doing that as opposed to waiting to do that in the future from a cost standpoint. So that's my question right now.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's also important to note that, we have, this design is basically complete, and we've designed it for those 40 bays, the 2070 operational needs. I don't know, AJ, did you want to discuss the difference between 10?
AJ Forbes, Fleet Manager. Since that study was done in 2022, since then, we've increased 260 vehicles added to the fleet since then. So as the city grows, we keep adding to our fleet. And the fire, they want to add stations. At that time, I believe we were just getting into Fire Station 12. I can't remember if it was built or not. But they've done 13. They want to do 14, 15, and 16. So it keeps growing. So it's better to build ahead of time and be prepared for what's coming than it is trying to build on later on down the line. So we added, I think, 60 vehicles, including police cars and everything this year.
Okay, and matter of fact, the charter school buses, you're doing what, 27 of those right now?
Yeah, I believe it's 26. They've added 2 new ones this year, but they were replacements. They plan on adding, I believe, 1 next year. We're not purchasing anymore. They're purchasing them, so I don't know what their plans are. We just maintain them.
And Mayor, as a result of the life safety part of this, I'd be supportive of moving forward with this as soon as we feel it's capable within our debt load. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate staff and fleet and fire for giving a great tour of that facility so that we would be better prepared to address this issue. Seeing it with your own 2 eyes is quite enlightening, and the words that are in this presentation don't come to describe the actual condition of that facility down there right now. Definitely needs to be taken care of. I think a couple important things for me as we consider whether you do this for 2045 or whether you do this for 2070. Certainly we've all experienced going out and having road construction being done, and it seems like as soon as they get done, they start again. And I think it's because we don't think far enough down the road, and by the time we get it completed, we're busting at the seams again. And the fleet facility particularly, as our city has grown, the need for larger equipment has grown. When the city was young, the actual vehicles and the assets that fleet is required to maintain and repair, when the city was young, the vehicles were smaller. They had lighter duty to do, especially our fire department today. As buildings are taller, as buildings are deeper, they need different equipment and bigger equipment to do that. And so when you consider the lift capacity to be able to maintain those, being able to get down and actually see firsthand what our fleet services department has to encounter in servicing these vehicles, and the magnitude of what it takes to do that, the size of the bays that are needed. We don't have bays the size we need right now in the existing facility. So one of the questions I had when we were talking, when I was in my one-on-one meeting with staff, between, all right, do you build this for 2045? Do you build this for 2070? One of the things that I was enlightened about is the only thing that would be being geared toward 2070 is the shell. not necessarily all the equipment to make all of the bays functional day one, but the fact that the building had continuity, that the roof had continuity on the building was all there, and we could grow into that space as time would pass. And so when you look at our existing fleet right now, and I think it's very interesting that just since the study and now the number of vehicles that have been added to fleet that weren't even considered in that study is kind of the litmus test for do we need to plan for the future or not. And when I look at 2,000 assets that's on the screen right now, if just 5% of them were in for maintenance and repair right now, that's 100 vehicles, trailers, whatever it took that needed to be repaired or maintained. That's 100 of them right now. So yeah, some of them can be sitting outside while they wait to get into a bay, but that's the magnitude of the facility that's needed just today at 55% build out. And so as our city continues to grow, at least to have the shell available, as far as the mechanics and the lifts themselves and the equipment to store, the utility to store the parts necessary to maintain the fleet, yeah, we can grow into that, but to have everything under one roof in a structure that's outside of a flood zone and prepared to accommodate the city's needs that moves down, I don't think that's a bad investment. And to Councilmember Kilrain's point, never cheaper time to do it than now. And so I understand the need for it. I appreciate the tour that was given, so we didn't have to just have written word to rely upon. In looking into the future, I don't think it's a bad investment. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Donnell?
Before I directly comment on this, my members up here, I just had a thought just listening and looking. And I haven't really ascertained where we are as a body because, there are 3 years election season, so you just follow with me. So as we legislate, are we coming from a matter of what we hear all the time? Cut, 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 cut. That's in my emails all the time. Are we legislating on maintaining, or are we legislating on growth? I'm still haven't figured that out just for us as a single body. But it's interesting. We're juggling all 3 of those pieces, but I can assure you during the election season, it's all about cutting, cutting, cutting. Why do I bring that up? For full disclosure, I wasn't trying to be rude, but the first time that when I ran for office, I went on a tour. This was back in 2014 when you took me on that tour. And I was embarrassed when I walked in there in 2014. And it was on the agenda then to get this done. But the same conversation we were having about the numbers, I think it was somewhere lower to mid-30s. Now we're growing with more vehicles. And once again, the price keeps doing what? It keeps going up and up and up and up. So when you think about it, the seats, 4 people come in, was supposed to be there, the election, stop it, all right? 4 years later, here we go again. And the staff just keeps going back like a pendulum. So at some point, and I'm looking forward to that today, this is just another piece to the puzzle, another $50 million, and however it gets played out, it gets played out. But I'm looking and I'm excited because I know that as we consider these pieces, this is a $50.3 million ask for the fleet building? Is that the total ask for the fleet, 50 point? What's the total amount of the fleet building as is?
That's the current estimate, yeah.
Okay, so there's another piece. So we have if you just do the 6 phases, there's 63, then 50.3. So at some point during today, the question that everyone is going to have to wrestle with is, yes, it would be okay if we could just pay it. You have it, you pay it. This is not our home budgets. How much debt are we comfortable with? Because we are going to have to decide if we're going to use debt. And the only way to do any of this where it makes sense is to use debt. So I'll just say that for my own self. So the question would be, what are we comfortable with as a body and how are we coming to that determination? But that building should have been done 10 years ago. And I was just embarrassed that, because I was part of that council, I thought it was going forward. But again, we have to figure out how do we fund it and the timing of it. But that timing for that building was 10 years ago. Thank you, that's all.
Councilmember Laster?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that building has been in bad shape for many years, many years. And a whippersnapper said to me, well, what if we have flying cars by 2070? And that same whippersnapper also said I'd be dead by then. Thank you. And so my question, I guess, is to Mr. City Manager. If we did build this, which it looks like we are, to 2070, and I would be 100 years old by then, we would grow into those bays, correct, as we needed them?
I guess jokingly, if we had flying cars by then, we just
Still need the bays,
we need
right?
aviation mechanics
Right.
instead of auto
Okay.
mechanics.
Okay.
You're still gonna, if it's a car that has some type of vertical lift deployment, we've seen a couple at the Edison Innovation Awards, it still needs to be serviced.
Okay. I'm just asking, we would
but yeah,
eventually
I mean,
grow it.
there's-
We're not gonna just like put all these 45 bays, because right now we don't need them, right?
We've had presentations about electric vehicles, there's hybrid vehicles, staff gets training on those, we've looked at buses, all the heavy equipment, police cars. If you look at the core of what government provides in services, and you look at that when you talk about crane trucks for lift stations, bread trucks and, heavy, medium-duty vehicles for underground service crews, excavators, tandem trucks. That's a bulk of what you're looking at here. There may be, if you're looking at DSD, our inspectors that have pickup trucks and our code officers, and maybe all those those administrative offices and manager, finance clerk. I mean, you're looking at 78 and 16. You're looking at 94 out of 2,000 vehicles there may be some new technology that changes the drivetrain and propulsion, but the balance of those, the other 1,900, is principally going to be a diesel engine, a gasoline engine, because it needs to produce power and lift
Right.
for the type of work that it's doing.
Right.
So, okay, if you look at that and you say, okay, commensurately, 10% of those bays may need to be outfitted as an alternative mechanic, aviation mechanic, electrician for some type of, electric vehicle. That's fine. You just outfit the bay differently.
Right, but we would grow into those bays. In other words, we wouldn't just, okay, we're gonna outfit all 45 bays and they're gonna sit there until 2035 and then we'll start using them. We'll just grow with it.
I will tell you, in the last 2.5, 3 years that I've been city manager, each year I ask AJ, our fleet manager, how are you servicing the new fire trucks? How are you servicing the 20, 30 new police cars? How are you servicing the new,
Right.
Utility crews from the utility expansion? There's just no way to keep the mechanic to per equivalent vehicle unit number the same. So when we talk about, are we maintaining ground or losing ground? One fire truck is, maybe like 12 equivalent vehicle units, because the amount of man hours and service time it takes to service that, just for a PM, they could do 12 vehicles.
Okay.
And so that's how they look at it. And we've been adding all of those types of public safety, utility assets based on UEP growth, fire station growth, public safety growth. And he has told me each year, I have nowhere to put them.
Gotcha.
So at some point, this system is going to break, and that's where we're at. Is if we have bought into the number two strategic, so the number one strategic plan was financial growth and sustainability. The number two strategic plan item was
Infrastructure.
the 3 fire stations and the police, precinct.
Right.
Well, I can't, in good conscience, add 3 more fire stations, those engines, those rescues, those battalion chiefs, and all the support staff, knowing that right now, if you go and look at it, and those of you who went, there's seven, at least there was then, I don't know, there may be more or less today, fire, life safety apparatus sitting outside because we have one bay that was stolen from utilities and it doesn't even have the height to work on the ladders.
Gotcha.
The system is going to fail. I do not want to sit in this seat. My fire chief does not want to sit in his seat. Public Works and AJ, nobody wants to be here when that happens. This is preventable. Thank you.
Can I clarify on the bays? We're going to use all the bays.
Okay, okay. I just
They're
want-
not going to sit empty.
Okay, okay.
Even during hurricanes, we'll bring stuff in.
Sure.
But we're always waiting on certain parts. If they're, right now, if we're waiting on parts, our mechanics either going to have to go outside and work on something small. We don't have any place to put extra vehicles that are getting worked on. If they're working on this, they can jump to the next bay and work on this vehicle while they're waiting parts. So it's trickle. We'll use them all. We don't need all the mechanics at that time.
Right.
But we're gonna use that space.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I guess, for me, that's part of the infrastructure, right? So obviously, planning for future growth is definitely reasonable and responsible and something we should do. I think in our next presentation, we'll talk about how we're gonna pay for it. But there's no question for me that this is definitely needed and could create a large cog in our wheel if our system does break. So I would rather be proactive, especially on something like this. And then in our next presentation, we'll talk about how we'll pay for it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kadook?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, AJ, for the tour. It is definitely a need. Councilmember Donnell said, what are we legislating? Cut, growth? We have to pay attention to the market. And right now, we know that taxes are paid in arrears and that the market has changed. It's changed drastically since June 1st, 2022. June 1st, 2022 is when the council then approved this 2070 model. We were in the heyday. It was before Hurricane Ian. It's completely changed since then. People put their houses up for sale and left because it was the first hurricane they'd ever been in. So they were out of here. And then the market has changed even since then after the hurricane. So, when we're talking 2070, my daughter will be 60. This whole room will likely be dead. Maybe me and Councilmember Long will still be alive, but we will be old. We will be old. We'll be 80, 81. I think that's crazy to build to 2070. And also, I found it very interesting that on here, it shows that the need was 30 bays by 2045, but then only 40 by 2070? That doesn't make sense to me.
It's based on our growth model, so when you look at.
Growth model from 2022?
Our metro forecasting growth model, so when you're looking at the amount of population we have and you look at what we need for the police chief for the 2035 model that he has, the fire, all of this was looked at as like a facility assessment in order to keep the level of service. Certainly, if we do not maintain or keep up with that level of service, then that could go down.
When I'm driving around, all of our vehicles look pretty dang new. They look nice, they look sharp, so I don't know how much maintenance we're really giving them. What happens to Everest?
The intent is that fleet relocates up to that, and then that space becomes more than likely, I don't know if staff has met, does that become utilities collection distribution area? Public Works, the Public Works lay down storage yard.
Storage yard? There's already bays in it that we're using, so it's not going to be used at all?
Are you intending on keeping any mechanics there? Mobile mechanic or something if something breaks down, or?
We talked about.
Talk to the operational aspect.
We talked about keeping a crew there because UCD is right there. They're overflowing at the seams.
Yeah, so now we're going to have two, which is awesome.
And having a light duty purpose. So they roll out in the mornings to maybe fix anything that doesn't have to come all the way up there to fix. But we're not planning on keeping our vehicles down there. Right now, there's just not enough space.
Yeah, you're busting at the seams. I understand. But now we do have two fleet facilities
Well, there wouldn't be any warehouse or anything, or it wouldn't
It's
be.
still usable, yes?
Yes, well, I don't know.
You're using
Right
it now?
now, the foam from the building's all falling down constantly, and we're addressing that.
Good morning, Matt Williams, Public Works Director. I think we'd look at the needs that we would need from a fleet services standpoint, but also repurposing that building or removing it completely. Council all saw the condition that was in, and whether we put other staff in there or not is, I guess, up for debate, but we have needs for storage of materials, Public Works does, on the south side of the town and on the north side of town. So repurposing that area would also be on the table, but as of right now, I think there would be a transition. AJ would continue to operate some fleet services out of there while we look at what we need to repurpose that area for.
Thank you. So also, Mr. City Manager, I'm sorry, this is where the hammer's gonna come down on you a little bit. You came up through the Public Works Department. I don't understand why this hasn't been a priority for you over Bimini East, Old Golf Course, J.C. Park, medians, everything else. I mean, you really do drive this ship every single day. This council comes and goes. So if it's in the dilapidated shape, we saw it with our own eyes, it is. This should have been a priority, and it should have been done years ago. It should have been done as soon as you became our city manager. So I'm very much concerned with building out to 2070. We know that the needs will be changed by then, and they'll need something else, and that's great, but we are in a changing market. Building out to 2045 is still 20 years into the future. We already know that Everest will still be used in some capacity, so we're gonna have both. I think this is a prime example of implementing the will of a prior council, and it's taking precedence over fiscal responsibility. We're pushing forward something from 2022, as Councilmember Long said at our council meeting, death by 1,000 cuts, up to $54 million for something that's completely morphed. I mean, there was the property management, the fleet facility, now it's just fleet facility. And this didn't really show where we removed the property management, which was wrapped into the resolution that we didn't approve on Wednesday. So I'm confused about that. Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts to this. With our asset management plan and our vehicles being more efficient, how many major repairs are we really experiencing? Do we know that?
I will let AJ handle that question. Major, what do you mean, like a engine failure or transmission?
Well, I mean, like, I know, like, I get an oil change in my car every 10,000 miles, not 3,000 miles.
I would hope that number is minimal, only because if they're able to do maintenance, we shouldn't get to that point, so.
Right.
So it's, we went to synthetic oil, so it used to be every like 3,000.
I was just using that as an example,
Okay.
like
So
major repairs.
Yeah, we do 6,000. So we've increased work orders. In 2022, we had like 1,600 work orders. This last year, we had 19.
But we also have more assets.
Right. And so this year itself, we did 826. We're already at 1,691 just for this year. We're not even full through the year yet.
What are the major repairs from that?
It mostly, we're doing a lot of brakes, but the Explorers right now are having transmission issues. They always change different vehicles, so most of our work is tires, brakes, oil, doing wipers. We don't do any accident work, that's outsourced. But we do the work order, towing goes down and brings it back.
Thank you. So when we say that we're going to build it to 2070, but it's not going to be completely fitted out, what does that look like? What does that mean? Because he says he's going to use it, which I understand storing stuff, but what does that mean?
They'll pull vehicles into the bays, and then while they're waiting for something, or they'll move it off a lift and put it in the other bay until the parts come in. What we will have, if we build to the 2070, the marginal increase will be to basically add the FTE. Our contracts with our labor unions have them paying for all of their hand tools, and then we buy the specialty tools. So we'll be buying specialty tools depending on, are they a public safety mechanic or a heavy equipment mechanic, a bus mechanic.
So we're building to 2070 to have 10 extra bays to store stuff?
AJ, you want to talk about what you do when you're cycling something through an empty bay?
So that's what I was saying. If our mechanics, we have mobile lifts in most of our bays. Some have.
So hold on, if we have mobile lifts, that will not be it won't be fitted?
We, every other bay has a lift. So there's supposed to be like one mechanic, one empty bay. So if they're working on this hard brakes, they can go to another one. This will just give us an extra room for if there's more broken down, that we can move along instead of waiting. And during hurricanes, we can bring stuff in to secure our vehicles instead of moving them out to the north, or because we disperse during hurricanes. The fuel site, we definitely need that. I guess that's a no-brainer for us, is the fuel site. But the bays are, a couple of the bays are not necessary at this time, but there will be. We will use them, especially if there's broken and a hurricane comes, we'll move them inside. So, but if there's a hurricane and we don't have the extra bays, they'll stay outside.
Okay. I just know, you know, come 2045, even if we only built it to 2045, that model is not good enough, so on and so forth. We continue to grow. We're going to continue to grow. So for me, I see the need as 20 years into the future. I mean, look at Disney World. They have all the money in the world, and they don't build past 20 years. They know that they're going to be redoing the place. So I don't know. I'm having a tough time with this. I do agree it is a need. I have walked the facility. It is a need. But I don't know if it's a need to 2070. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, I too wanted to just comment on Councilmember Darnell's question. You know, I sit back and I look at this and I say one of our roles is really to look at the vision coming into the future. And we need to be looking 10 or 15 years ahead. And to the extent that we have the luxury to do that in an untethered way, because we have financial background that's strong, that's kind of like a peacetime environment. You do everything you can, you build into the future, and you don't worry that much about the debt service. We're going to be facing a couple lean years here, where we have to be concerned about you know, a shrinking revenue source for us and being very specific. I think that challenges to be able to make the right decision now, as opposed to making something that is a publicly appealing decision. And I for one, would like to make sure that we as a council are striving to a higher standard as opposed to dumbing it down to the lowest possible equivalency standard, because we're trying to support some kind of echoing out there. And let me be more specific about that. You know, I often say that I was taught earlier in my career that any dummy can run a P&L profitably over a year, but it's the legacy CEO can look 15 years in advance, step it back, and figure out how to re-engineer going forward. I think that's our role. I think we have to, no matter what the condition is, whether it's a wartime environment in which costs are tight and we don't have all that much money, or whether or not we're fat with money, it's our role to try and channel us to that next standard looking into the future. So I'm trying to set the stage for that. And, you know, I'm fiscally conservative, but I still think that you can do that in a manner that provides the leadership to be prepared to take the next step if you can't even do it today. So I think that's our role, right? We really need to be looking to the future. And I'm not trying to lecture, I'm just trying to tell you where I think about things. So I would rather shoot to the higher standard, define what that standard is, and then walk our way to it. If we can't get there as quickly as we'd like to, let's slow it up a little bit in a year or two. And we can do that now. We have the luxury of being able to do that. And as far as our role as opposed to city manager's role, We provide the policy and direction to the city manager. And I don't think that he can be criticized for not having that long-term vision, because everyone says when he does that, that he's taken our role away from us, and why are we listening to the city manager? I don't mind being criticized for what the hell I'm doing up here, and I don't mind projecting that role in any way, and I think we have to shoot to the higher standard. I think that anyone who thinks that they can come in here in a Doge mentality, and Doge I'm looking at as a negative concept, because I've seen the effects of Doge in the federal government, where they come in and they look at doing things without any recognition of what the cuts that they were making and the ramifications of the cuts have on things. I don't want to see us in that position. I want to see us doing things that are an informed decision on when we make cuts. And anyone who associates themselves with the Doge mentality, I heard the state at the Florida League of Cities, I heard the state representative for Doge come in and say, our primary focus is DEI and environmental. Well, I'm sorry, some of that stuff helps cost, but not a lot of it that we're dealing with here is in that category. So to the extent that we're trying to mimic that process, I don't approach that either. So I think that it's our vision right now, and it must be our vision to project forward. And yeah, we're going to have a couple lean years, so let's figure out how we scale it back. But that's the right decision, and it's not the publicly popular decision. So I think that on decisions like this, we're looking at what's the right thing for the future. Let's define what that right thing for the future is. And if that's looking at 70, let's look at 70. And if it means not quite building all those bays, but building the building, that's where we're at. So just to lay that upon you, again, I'm speaking for myself, and there's 8 of us up here. But that's the way I see our role. I really do. So thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get that out.
Thank you, Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Hear me out. If we're all going to be dead, maybe we do want to spend the money on that resort-style pool. Well, why wait? No. Again, just answering Dr. Donnell's question briefly. I think accidentally we do a little bit of both, right? We legislate for growth when in the context of sort of the early stages of these discussions. In this case, this was years ago, completely different council. So we're presented these pictures, right? Everybody's kind of the inside joke. Staff gives council picture books. So we take these ideas, and maybe there's a dollar cost associated with it. We say, yeah, we love it. And then slowly, through the consent, we design it, we do this, we do that. That's the growth part we legislate. That's the easy part, right? Hell yeah, the yacht club looks cool. Let's do that pool. Then is the legislating for cuts, right? When that bill is due, years down the road, after millions is spent in design and the projects come to fruition, and now we realize that wasn't with FF&E, and now it is. Escalations, et cetera. So then we're legislating for cuts. And so that was my whole point of looking at this project, is to say, I don't have a problem with the project. In fact, I support it. It's obviously a need. But I think this should be the standard for how we assess these larger capital projects as we move forward, rather than throwing it on the tail end of a bond approval or a consent agenda item. And I don't think staff had any intention of that. But by the nature of the presentation, the last time any council saw this, before we were about to approve the debt service, was in 2024. 5 different people up here in 2024, in May. So, or maybe Councilwoman Laster was here, but you get my point. And so we should at least look at this in the context of all the other things. Yeah, it's a need. We look at all the other projects as well, like we have hopefully some on the agenda today, and then we say, all right, now we're not just legislating for growth without any figures. Now we've got all the figures. This is a need, but is it a bigger need than a peer? Absolutely. And that to me is how we should, and we can't do it all the time, and obviously things move, there's a lot of moving parts, but at some point council needs to come at least semi-annually and look at all these large projects before taking some of the debt on and saying, hey, this is cool, but let's not look at it in a vacuum. 50 million in a vacuum here, 39 million in a vacuum for the yacht club. Next thing you know, it's built out, a la JC, here's the debt. How do you want to handle the debt? It's done, it's spent. So that's all I wanted to do here, and I did a good job, I think, contextualizing it. To me, sure, we could talk a little more about phasing of the bays. I'd like to see the costs for either or, maybe negligible, maybe worth discussing, but yeah, certainly we need to move forward at least with the first part. And that's where I'm at on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, for me, what we're doing here is addressing a need, not a want. It's something, you know, that we have to address. I can tell you, shoot, it was probably 5 years ago, I walked through that building and saw the condition that it was in. Councilmember Donnell said, you know, the need existed back in 2014. What we've probably been doing with this project is kind of kicking the can down the road. And now I think it's time that, you know, we have to address it. You know, when you look at, you know, some of the projects that we have done, and I'm hopeful that when I look back on my tenure here, you know, that we made decisions to plan for the future of our city. And that's how I make my decision-making. I'm not making my decision-making on what we need today. My question is, what do we need today, and what are we going to need for the future? And when you look at this particular project, you know, when you're looking at the difference between the 2045 model and the 2070 model, we're talking 10 bays. And we know that we're going to need these facilities. And as you heard today, we'll be able to use those bays even today, even if they're not completely built out with equipment. So, you know, for me, this is a very easy decision. Some of the projects that we have invested in over the last several years to plan for the future. We didn't need it at the time, but we planned for the future. And I hope that no matter what council is sitting up here, that's how they make their decisions on the need for the day, today, and the plan for the future. You know, you look at our RO plant that was built in 2010. That plant was built for a build out of our city, where they could implement throughout the years to expand upon our RO plant. So when we built this in 2010, where we had probably 180,000 people, we were building it out at that time for the capacity of 400,000 people. Let's look at our irrigation needs in our city. What have we spent over the last few years? You know, we did the pipeline. That was a $22 million project. We had about $12 million in grants, but we invested in $10 million because we knew that we were going to need that irrigation water all the way to build out. We bought a reservoir for $38 million. We don't need that reservoir today. But we built it, and we're going to spend money, additional monies for the pipeline to bring that water down. So we'll have enough irrigation water between those two projects all the way out to build out. So today is no different than those days for me. You know, we look at the project, what are we going to need for the future? We're only talking 10 additional bays. We know we can use it. Just if you look at the request from public safety for the next 5 years, the fire chief says he needs 100 officers. That's 100 vehicles. The fire department wants to open up 3 additional fire stations in the next 5 years. That's a minimum of 2 vehicles per fire station, not to include any specialty vehicles that may be needed. You know, so for me, and you heard our fleet manager said a lot of the data that's here today was based upon a 2022 study. Here we are 4 years later. So for me, this is a very easy decision. We need to plan for the future, recognizing what our needs are today and into the future. So I'll support the 2070 version to move that project forward. We'll hear later on in our next presentation, you know, the recommendation, how we're going to fund this project, and I'll support that as well. Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, just one point you triggered in my mind. The North RO plant, the expansion of that plant, is, we have it on the books now, probably around $30 million. If we wouldn't have done the forward thinking to make that an easy to expand plant by having the right sizing within that plant, we'd be, that expansion right now would probably be 3 or 4 times that, at least $90 million. So the point being is, it's wise to think this way, and in the long run saves you a ton of money. And to the mayor's point, that's exactly what we need to be doing, I think, long-term, so, thank you.
All right, seeing no other lights on, I think the next item that we'll address, and I think that'll kind of bring this all together with several of these topics that we've been discussing here today, is item 3, which is the special obligation revenue bonds. And then within that, we have ordinance 27-26 and resolution 106-26 up.
I see some council members leaving. Do you want to take a break before we dive into this and a couple?
Yeah, we could take, I was planning on breaking for lunch here somewhere around the 12 o'clock range, between 12 and 12:30. So why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break? We'll come back here at 11:20 and then try to at least get this last segment.
I know if we get started, those who haven't will likely get up and leave, and so
Okay.
if this is the one that's going
All
to
right.
tie it together.
We'll come back at 11:20. All right, I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We'll move on to item A3, which is a special obligation revenue bond discussion, and I will turn that over to staff.
All right, so today we're presenting information on the proposed special obligation revenue bonds, and we're going to take a broader look at all of the governmental projects that we have planned. So the goal today is to walk through the ordinance and resolution again that was previously presented, look at the city's current and projected debt profile for the government funds, and then provide you options that are available to cash fund projects. So Ordinance 27-26 and Resolution 106-26 together authorize the issuance of a not to exceed $65 million in special obligation revenue bonds. Those proceeds will be used to finance capital improvements, repay the commercial paper, and pay issuance costs related to that debt. The ordinance was first introduced on May 6th, and we held a public hearing on May 20th. The money borrowed through this ordinance were to fund the following projects you see here: J.C. Park improvements, Coral Oaks Golf Course irrigation improvements, North 1 West transportation improvements, and the Yacht Club seawall improvements. At last week's meeting, council continued the item to allow staff to bring back additional information on future debt-supported capital improvements and the potential use of general fund unassigned or undesignated fund balance. So that's what we have prepared today. So before we move into any proposed new debt, it's important to ground this discussion with a snapshot of where we are currently with debt. So as of today, the city has approximately $49.3 million in general obligation debt that is repaid by ad valorem revenues, and approximately $177 million in other governmental debt that is repaid from non-ad valorem revenue. In January, as part of a broader discussion on the city's debt capacity, staff presented the planned projects below and the following table of proposed timing of those bonded projects. So the amounts reflected were the costs available at the time, and the proposed timing of the debt was aligned with planned project schedules. So since that January discussion, we've updated the proposed list and timing of bond projects based on council direction, project readiness, and updated cost estimates. So the only project that was removed from the original list is the Santa Barbara building remodel. And so you'll notice that we'll focus our attention to the right of this slide, which gives you the new updated proposed bond projects. So the top right, those projects align with Ordinance 2726. It includes the same 4 projects that I went over. So we are recommending that we continue to move forward with that ordinance and debt fund the following 4 projects at the top. Moving to the middle, if the direction is to fund all of these projects listed, then that would time the debt to be issued sometime in 2027. But based on discussions we've had earlier this morning, we have some slides, upcoming slides that will discuss possibly cash funding a few of these projects. And then down below, the same goes for the list at the bottom. Depending on council direction, we would time a debt issuance sometime in the future to align with project schedules. We've taken that same list from the previous slide and provided you with a breakdown by funding source. And this is intended to give you a clearer picture of what fund is responsible for each project and also responsible for the payment of any potential debt. So the remainder of this presentation will be focused on the general fund. So it was important to give you a snapshot or an extraction of that previous list, but only include general fund projects. So that's what you have here on this page. We've also provided a snapshot of the fund's unassigned or undesignated fund balance. As you can see, we're starting with the $29.9 million in undesignated fund balance. That was at the start of the beginning of the fiscal year. It's also included in the most recent ACFR, and it was presented to you at the January workshop. In February, the city closed on the sale of the Seven Islands property, which brought in an additional $10.6 million to the general fund. Because those proceeds were not allocated for a specific purpose, are not part of the adopted budget, there's no plan of spending, so it will essentially or theoretically fall to the bottom line of the financial statements for the general fund and become undesignated or unrestricted reserves. So we've included it here to get to a total of about $40.5 million. That will be available to potentially cash fund any of the projects on the list to the left. It's important, before I move on, it's important though that this is an illustration of what fund balance is. And so we still have 4 months left in the fiscal year. Anything could happen. We plan or predict that this is a good number and we expect it to be available for use. However, worst case scenario, we get hit with a catastrophic event that totally depletes our budget stabilization reserve and we have to dip into this. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict what will actually happen. So this is just an illustration of what we expect to have available. We will most likely have it available for planning and budgeting purposes. I think it's a good number to use, but I just wanted to put that out there that until the end of the fiscal year happens, we don't truly know what that number will be. And as the city manager mentioned earlier, it could actually be higher based on how we end the fiscal year. All right, so turning to funding sources, there are 3 components that we should consider as we move forward. The first is that it's important to note that bonds would be secured by a covenant to budget and appropriate legally available non-ad valorem revenues. So what that means is that we will utilize all revenue other than ad valorem taxes and grant revenue to secure any debt service on these bonds. Second, there is the public service tax. We're just bringing this to the table for consideration. Currently, it's at 7%. If council decides, they can increase it to up to 10%, which would create an additional revenue of about $2 million per 1%, or $6.2 million if we do increase it to the max of 10%. And then third, we are actually recommending to amend the financial management policy, specifically number 2, which currently has certain revenues budgeted at 95%. So increasing that to 98% would create an additional 1.9 of additional revenue that we could use to fund debt service. This particular policy was put in place back in the early 90s, basically to create like a savings account for the general fund. But in 2022, we established the Budget Stabilization Reserve, which we've talked about, and it's currently at about $59 million. So if council can commit to continuing with the budget stabilization reserve and funding that, then we would feel comfortable actually increasing the budget to 98% for this particular reserve, so that it would generate that additional revenue that we could use to fund debt service. So the next couple of slides, we're going to kind of tie in some of the previous presentations from this morning, starting with the fleet facility project. So to the right, there is a snapshot of what total cost of the project will be, along with annual debt service. And you'll see that all of the funds listed there to the right will be serviced by the fleet facility, so they should essentially contribute to the cost of the project. Now we're focusing on the general fund. So as it relates to the general fund, we have provided you with some funding options. There's a cash plus debt approach where the general fund cash funds its portion of the project, and then debt is issued for the remaining costs, and those other funds listed here would pay the annual debt service. Or we could just issue debt for the whole amount, and each benefiting fund would pay their proportionate share. The general fund's portion would be covered by that amendment to policy number 2 that I mentioned before. So those are the options for the fleet facility. We've talked about it earlier this morning, but just wanted to give you a snapshot or a summary of that. And then the yacht club construction, the same thing. We've discussed it. I believe we received a consensus to go ahead and move forward with phases 1 and 2. So your options to do that would be similar to the previous option, cash plus debt strategy, where the general fund cash pays a portion or all of those phases, and then we would finance the rest of it. Or we can issue debt for the entire project and then utilize that covenant budget to actual to make sure that we appropriate the annual debt service each year. All right, so tying those previous slides together, we have an illustration here of utilizing that undesignated fund balance. There is $40.5 million available and can be applied to the following projects listed here. And then the remaining portion, like I mentioned before, would be financed, and we would utilize the change in the amendment to the financial policy number 2 to cover the debt service. So kind of tying all of those recommended cash considerations together here, giving you a snapshot of that. All right, so in summary, as you can see, those, go back here, we did not recommend financing any of the projects that were originally included in Ordinance 2726. So our recommendation is still to move forward and authorize the borrowing for those projects. And then we're just wanting your feedback on cash funding any of the projects listed. And that is it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open up for discussion. Councilmember Donnell.
Let's go back, Ms. Feast, because you started speaking about general fund. And let's go back to slide 8. But just for the record out there, the total amount of debt that is covered by the general fund, is that the $377 million that's represented here?
That 377 is the cost, the estimated cost as we know it today of those projects listed.
Correct. But you notice,
that is the total amount, not the general fund.
and that's less, the number to the right says that it's $90 million short. So is that captured in the little footnotes down there about that being, how do we live, where's that $90 million?
All right, let me go back to a slide before. So here we have all of the projects for consideration along with all of the funding sources. The total of the columns to the right total the $434.4 million in that first column. So what we've done here, let me go back. So let's take the fire station, for instance. That is the first project under proposed 2027 bond projects. You'll see that there's 2 funding sources for that particular project. $3.2 million coming from the general fund, and then the rest from the fire service assessment. So if I go to the next slide where I'm capturing only the general fund's portion, that's why it's 17 million in the first column, but only 3.2 in the second column. So it won't be a one-for-one once I extract the general fund. But that last column is what the general fund would be responsible for. That dollar amount is what I think we should focus on, the 287 million.
So the 90 million is still there, it's just funded by other revenue sources.
Got it. And the last one for me for right now, if you go to slide number 8, because I think I finally figured out where this hiding money comes from on this undesignated. Question 1, and then the undesignated fund balance, that is shown on a document. The question would be, is that shown on the documents that the public can access, is with this undesignated fund?
Yes, that is disclosed in the act for each year, so it's in our financial statements.
Question 2, though, where does it show how we accumulated this? Because I keep hearing you had money left over. Certainly, we didn't have 29 million left over from last year. Do you have some document that shows how we got to 29 million over the?
So there's no one document. That 29 million wasn't earned at the end of fiscal year 25. What it is an accumulation from the previous year. So in fiscal year 24, in unassigned or undesignated fund balance, there was, I believe, 11.7 million. And so now with the transactions and the activity of fiscal year 25, it ended at 29.9 million. So that number is just an accumulation from all the prior years.
So one can go back and clearly see, if they know what they're looking for, they can add up to get to 29 million over previous years.
Not necessarily, and I only say that because at the end of each fiscal year, you have to fund the other reserve buckets before you actually end up with unassigned reserve. So there's committed, there's non-spendable, all of those get funded first, and then you're left with, if there's anything at all at the end of the fiscal year, you're left with undesignated or unassigned. So you can't take 24 and add, there's no one number on the financial that you can add to get to the 29. It truly is the process of fulfilling the other reserve obligations.
Okay. So in summary, thank you for bearing with me. In summary, this is a snapshot, slide number 8, because what I was looking for and what we were talking about is here's the whole kit and caboodle of projects, and the total cost on that we're looking at is what number? For all the projects, the whole pie, we're looking at 287 million, is that what we're saying?
Yes. And
The
that's
General fund. And of that, we have 40 million in cash to address the 287 million in general fund. That's where we're trying to solve, the riddle we're solving today.
I wouldn't say it's
Or
to address
direction.
it, because there's some planned debt financing, so we don't function on it always as a pay-as-you-go.
Right.
We're considering that today because, council wanted us to evaluate that. But, so that's why it's presented this way today. But, just from a financial perspective, you want to have some debt financing planned. And so that is the case here. The 40.5 can be applied to any of those projects, and we've made some recommendations. But to say we're short, the difference between that general fund column
Right.
and cash, I think that might be a little unfair to say.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, again, I go back to our general strategy here is public safety, and then the needed infrastructure, and then those projects that we're obligated to do because of other contractual requirements. And if you look at that, we're talking about the 2026 bonded projects, the 2027 bond projects, and then a portion of the yacht club that we were considering to push off till July, making the final decision, running the 3 through 6 items, not necessarily what you're showing here on slide 8 is the 3 to 10, but those 3 through 6. So I'd include those projects. with the caveat that we're gonna wait till July to really commit to that one piece. So I'm pretty much in line with what you described here for those 2 years. In addition to that fire, I think we were looking at Fire Station 5 in the original pieces, a required portion. So I would add that to it. And I would look at taking the measure of moving it up to the 98%. I think that's a common sense measure that we could do, especially if we're going to support the stabilization revenue approach, and which I think we'll be doing. So I'm with you on the way that you project this with the qualifiers, as I just mentioned before. So I'm good with your plan up to that point, but let's hold on that other piece until we find out where those proposals come in at and really see how that affects us. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kaduc?
I have a bunch of questions, but the first one is on slide 7. You have all of these columns of the different funding sources. The charter school has its own column. So then we go to slide 10, fleet facility financing options. And when AJ was speaking, we talked about the buses. Is there no charter school percentage?
So the charter school, because it's part of the city, but it's a separate entity. They utilize the fleet facility, but we're going to charge them through their labor rate. So their repayment will be built into the labor rate because they're not truly a separate. They're not part of the city.
Where is it billed in here?
It wouldn't. So they wouldn't be part of the repayment of the annual debt service. It's just the labor rate that we charge them whenever they get serviced. It would be built into that.
Okay. And if you want to go back to slide 7, we have all these different funding sources. And I mean, obviously we have so many more. Our solid waste assessment, all the different assessments and funding that we have. Can we borrow funds from a different fund and repay them?
Separate from this, that's just a general question. Yes. For instance, the general fund has borrowed money from the water and sewer fund for land purchases and things like that, and that has been repaid.
We've borrowed money from the stormwater fund to purchase property.
Correct. So to answer your question, yes.
Okay. Also, you sent this out to the mayor yesterday, so I decided to bring my book so I could actually see it and flip through it. In our asset management program, in our budget book, I find it interesting that we have Fire Station 10 listed on this page for 17 million, but in our budget book, it says 18.7. Okay. Why would it go down?
I don't have the budget book in front of me.
And I understand that, and you emailed this out to us too, so it's like right at you emailed it yesterday. So that's just one of many projects listed here that I was flipping through, and all the numbers are different.
There could be a part that's not debt funded in the budget book. It could have been funded through cash or.
It does. It says cash, grant, debt. It says multiple things in here.
So this, what's on the slide before you is strictly debt funded.
Okay. Okay, I have more questions, but I will give the floor to someone else.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just make a couple comments. One is the decisions that, we're entertaining right here, all of us as citizens do in our own personal lives all the time. Do we use cash? Do we use financing? The air conditioner goes out at the house. Do I take money out of savings and do it? Do I do the financing plan? I need a new car. I go to the car dealer. How much money do I put down? What's my payment going to be? We do this on a much more minor scale as individuals. This obviously is a much bigger scale, a lot more money, huge dollars. But it's still the same principles. Do you want to have some money left in your savings account? Who knows what's coming next? We just talked about 2,000 capital assets that our fleet department has to take care of. Well, I'll guarantee you the 29,935,000 that we have in excess funds, let's call it. That same thing's not going to happen this year because no one looked at those 2,000 vehicles and thought we were going to be putting gas and diesel in them at the prices that we're putting in them right now. So the same things that happens to us personally happens to the city as well. So during a time like this where we see that the price at the pump up where it is, well, that pump is pumping into all of our city vehicles at the same time too. So to have dollars available for those events that are unforeseen is wise decision making. And that's one of the things that the city does when we tend to underestimate what we believe a revenue source is going to produce. If you underestimate your revenues, that's a prudent, safe practice. If you tend to overestimate what your expenses are going to be, that's a prudent strategy as well. Sometimes they both pay off at the same time. Sometimes the expenses come in way less than what you had planned on. The revenue comes in a lot higher, and it causes a larger overage that carries forward to another year. Some years, one of them doesn't pay off, and some years, both of them don't pay off. Revenues didn't reach the levels that we thought they were going to reach, and expenses went above and beyond. So the ebb and flow of the savings can come and go for the city, just like it happens for us as citizens in our personal lives. There's been some comments on social media and at a couple of meetings I was at lately that the city's tapped out and that the council is going to break the bank. Well, it's not a bank. When we borrow this money, it's a debt service that we don't go to a bank and put in a loan application and we hope they approve us. It's a debt that we go to the marketplace and we actually want people to buy the debt. And that is done through the investment markets. And so when you hear about municipal bonds, that's what we're talking about here. And people buy and sell municipal bonds all the time. And just, to that, hey, we're going to break the bank, and to try to support the fact that we use strong fiscal policy and that we do operate conservatively in this decision making. If you could go to slide 4, just for giggles, instead of taking someone's word for it on social media that we're tapped out, we're breaking the bank, we're going to go defunct, I took that last Series 2024, and anybody can look this up anytime they want, to get fact from an objective source. Here's what the Fitch rating industry, or the Fitch rating service says about the Cape Coral 2024 Series 2024 bond. It says that the City of Cape Coral's General Obligation Bond Series 2024, which raised $17.565 million for parks and natural resources, hold a bond rating of AA from Fitch Ratings alongside an overall issuer default rating of AA with a stable outlook. The significance of an AA rating is a strong indicator of the city's financial resilience, steady reserve levels, and positive economic growth, representing investment-grade security. Those are the ratings that we want to maintain, and the way you maintain them is by maintaining that strong financial position. And so when we consider using all of the reserves, if you will, to then keep down the amount of money that we borrow, that we can do that, and it does keep the actual payment on that debt to all those people that invest in those bonds, because that's what they're going to do. The marketplace is going to invest in whatever dollars we go out with this bond issue. A bank isn't loaning us the money. Mm-hmm. There's investors that are going to say, I'll go ahead and I'll invest in that because you're going to pay X amount of interest until that bond matures. And they look at that as a wise investment, and they rely upon these rating agencies. Every time our cash levels diminish, the rating agencies can change their rating. and we may not be ready for the next time that it costs as much money as it does to fuel up that police car, or that fire truck. So as we look at this, just recognize we're trying to look at this the same way that every one of us looks at it in our personal lives, as how much cash do we put in, and then what's my payment going to be? And so the analysis that's done and all these charts that we see in front of us help to determine where that payment's going to come from, which departments are going to have to pay for it, and what revenue sources are going to pay for it there. And so what I would submit at this point is the financial rationale that our finance department brings to us on how to make these decisions. There's just a number of things that have to be taken into consideration. And one of them is, do we tap out all of our undesignated reserves to do that? And that's a choice that we all have to make. And 8 of us have to vote on it, and we have to listen to the citizens. But just as the citizens give feedback, I hope that we can bring some of this information that gets behind how the decisions are made and things that need to be considered to make that happen. So do we have reserves that we've been building? Yes, we do. Do we have some that are unexpected? I hope so. Because that 29.9 million, when you divide that by 220,000 citizens, we overestimated by $136 per person. That's not a bad safety factor, in my opinion. So now do we make the decision, let's spend it all so that we don't have a payment? That's the decision that we're making. And what do we invest it in? I love the discussion, and I get the different perspectives from my council members and from citizens as it relates to what's a need and what's a want and all that. And when we come down to these decisions, that's what it boils down to. So I'm semi-optimistic enough that I'd say, yeah, I'm okay with letting the whole 29 million go. The 10 million in proceeds from 7 Islands, yeah, that's money. That was our property, right? We sold it, and now we have the proceeds. What are we going to do with it? Every single one of us make that decision. If we sell our house, we're going to move to a new house. If we had a piece of land that we bought as an investment, we decide what we're going to do with the money next. I am in full support of using those dollars for this purpose, and not debt funding what would have to be debt funded if we didn't use that money. It was a wise decision to sell the property. Now let's use the money for this. As it relates to spending all of the 29.9 million, I'm cautiously optimistic to say, okay, let's do that, considering the fact that we have the other reserves. But if we have too much more of this high gas prices that we have no control over, and if we were to have a significant event, a hurricane event, God forbid, but if we did, I don't want to have second thoughts and go, man, I wish we'd have saved a little bit of that money for a torrential rainy day. So that's where I stand on it, and just some rationale of how I come about my thinking on it. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Cadut.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Steinke, I'm surprised staff didn't correct you. This is not reserves. This is unrestricted fund balance that has been left over from 9/31/2025. That money is parked somewhere and it's earning interest. It's actually more than this amount. It's not reserves. This is leftovers because we have to have a balanced budget. So I understand your hesitation, but we actually do have a whole other, out of our 87 plus money trees, there's a whole nother one designated specifically to reserves. This money, this 40.5 million, and it's actually more than that, because this is as of 9/30/2025, is parked and it's earning interest. So the reason why we're here today is because if you look at this slide 12, it shows us that staff is telling us how to spend the money.
Did you say 12?
Slide 12. And initially, we were told staff's recommendation is to still authorize ordinance 27-26 and resolution 106-26, which was the not to exceed, correct, of 65 million for the bond?
Correct.
And in my humble opinion, the reason why I said that night at our council meeting, we should be tabling this is because staff on this slide is telling us how to spend that $40.5 million. And really, this hasn't been spent or budgeted yet. So we can actually look at this next week in our budget workshop, and we could actually buy down and go out to the market for a not to exceed of, and I'm just throwing out fake numbers, 45 million rather than 65 million. Because again, this isn't reserves that we're using. We're not utilizing reserves. This is an overage. It's unrestricted funds, and we made a sale. Again, that money is parked and it's earning interest for us to spend. So I just needed to make sure that you understood that that was a difference. We still have reserves that are still building up, and they even asked us in number 1 on the right side of this to amend it so that they can even make more reserves. So it's interesting to me. There's a lot of government finance is complex. I actually thoroughly enjoy diving in and learning more about it. But we make the decision as a whole up here how to spend that money. And in this slide, they are telling us how to spend that money when we can go into the budget workshop next week and decide what we want to do. Thank you.
Can I just add to that? So at last week's council meeting, the ordinance 2726 was tabled. It included a list of planned projects to fund using that debt. At that time, it said, well, we want to consider cash funding projects, including the 4 that I presented. What we have here today is we're recommending to continue to debt fund those 4 projects, but we're providing recommendations to utilize undesignated fund balance because that was the direction. And we're providing you with the starting point. This is our recommendation if we're going to use undesignated fund balance, but it's up to council which projects they actually want to cash fund. If none of those projects include the 4 that are included in ordinance 2726, then that's why I'm recommending to move forward with authorizing that borrowing so that we can proceed with that. If today's direction is to cash fund any of those 4, then yes, we would reduce that not to exceed because it wouldn't be necessary.
I'm not seeing in this presentation, and sorry if I scrolled past it. Oh no, it is. It's on page 6. Top right corner, this 58.2 is really what we're going out to the market for the not to exceed 65 million.
Correct.
So all of us sitting up here this afternoon could decide that we want to spend 20 million of the 40.5 million sitting there and buy that down before we go out to the market. And we could pay off J.C. Park in full. Or the golf course irrigation, which we know is going to be paid back through irrigation funds, a whole nother separate fund. The North 1 West transportation is 5-6 cent Gales sales tax, right? These are all different funds. The only one would be J.C. Park, right?
And the seawall.
Okay. So we could actually decide with our 40.5 million, which actually is more money than that, it's earning interest somewhere, to pay in full, in whole, not debt fund, J.C. Park and the Yacht Club seawalls today, if we wanted to. So just something to think about, guys. It's up to all of us, but we have ways to buy this down and not to exceed 65 million. Should actually be brought way down. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, I guess I'll jump in here real quick. I think what we're here to do today, and if I recall correctly in the conversation that we had last week, is one of the things that we wanted to do is look at the big picture and what projects that we had coming forward, because last week the presentation was only on J.C. Park, the golf course irrigation, North 1 transportation, and the yacht club for a total of 58.2. And I think the reason that we find ourselves here today is because we knew there were other projects out there that were coming forward. And we wanted to look at this in totality. And whether it's the projects, totality with the funding mechanism, whether it's debt, whether it's cash funded. And I think that's why we find ourselves here today. So with that being said, for me, my recommendation for me specifically, regarding the initial discussion, J.C. Park Golf Course Irrigation North One, and the Yacht Club has continued to move forward as the resolution was provided to us in last week's meeting. And then we're also looking at some of these other projects that we've had a discussion about today, which is phases 1 and 2 of the Yacht Club. And we're also looking at the fleet building and the different type of funding options that we have available to us. One of the things that was presented here was on slide 10, B3 was to amend the financial management policies to go from a 95% methodology to a 98% methodology when it comes to our financial policies. No matter where or which funding mechanisms that we identify or place them against whatever projects, I think that this financial management policy moving forward, we should consider and I would support. One of the reasons that I say that is because, as we all know, our financial policies, we try to have in our reserves at least 3 months of operating expenses. Today, we have almost $60 million in reserves. And if I recall correctly, speaking with Mr. Mason yesterday, that equates to about 2.7 months of operating expense. Our policy is 3 months, and I think we're trying to hit that in our next budget discussions for next year to make sure we have that budget stabilization fund. And I think because we have that budget stabilization fund, we've changed our methodology on our financials that I think we could surely go from the 95 to the 98% now. So I would support that. And this is, you know, just in the general fund. Councilmember Steinke said, you know, sounds like he was a little hesitant in using all of the cash that was left over, the 40.5. I'm confident with using that monies, knowing all of the reserves, and I have to agree with Councilmember Kaduc. I don't consider that $40 million reserves. That's a fund balance. That fund balance partially was left over of sale property, you know, that we made a good investment on, and we have about $10.5 million to utilize. And then we have the leftovers from FY 25 of about the $29.5 million. No matter how we got there, we didn't have that savings in one financial or fiscal year. That was over a period of time. As you heard our finance director, she believed that the balance, and that's my recollection as well, that the balance from the year prior was about 11 million that rolled over. So we went from 11 to 29 in some fashion. So with that being said, I think that first you have to ask yourselves, which projects do you want to support moving forward? For me, I am going to side with staff and our financial team on how to do that. And I've had a couple lengthy conversations, either with the city manager or our finance team over the last couple days. And one of the things that I was struggling with at first, but after I had these lengthy conversations, kind of agreed to, I think when you have a pot of money that you want to apply to any type of project, one of the things that you have to look at that particular project, is there a revenue source that could be utilized to pay for a revenue bond when you identify that particular project? To give you an example, you know, you take the Yacht Club, for instance. The Yacht Club here on slide 12, You know, we have about $38 million of investments. And we're not, if we utilize the 21 million towards the fleet building has absolutely no opportunity for a revenue source. You know, that's something that we need, that's something we have to pay for. Where you look at the yacht club, and just to give one example, you have the boathouse. You know, if we have to incur a debt of $18 million to pay the balance of the 38 million, one of the things that we can utilize is the revenues that we get just from the boathouse alone. We know that $18 million is probably on an annual expense somewhere about $1.2 million, 1.2 million. So if we're getting, and you look historically what we got from the yacht club, we were getting about $500,000 a year in revenue from them. And I think that moving forward with the new boathouse, larger capacity, a growing city over the couple of years, I think that particular facility will be used more. So I can kind of forecast that we'll probably have more than just the $500,000. Just say it goes to $600,000. Well, that's going to pay half the debt, just with that one revenue source. Not to include, hopefully we'll have some type of a P3, a private-public partnership, maybe with the docks, where we'll be getting some revenue from them. We knew we were getting some revenues even before, even if we managed the docks ourselves. That was a revenue generator that we can go back historically and see what we were getting for revenue over the course of those years. We can apply that to the $1.2 million. We're already halfway there probably with the boathouse. So for me, to take the bulk of the money and pay down the debt on the fleet building makes sense. And I can tell you, and Mr. Mason will tell you, beginning of yesterday, I wasn't there. But as we went through the scenarios and went through the discussion, then it made sense to me if there's a possibility for a revenue source in order to pay back that debt. To me, you got to use that first. Go down that scenario first. So for me, I think, again, we got to identify which projects that we're going to move forward. I think the 4 from the presentation from last week that was put on hold to a date certain, which was next week, I will support that particular resolution on moving those projects forward. And I will also recommend that we utilize the 29.9 and the 10.5, which totals about 40.5. And as Councilmember Kadouk stated, with interest, it's probably a little more than that. But to use that proceeds and the recommendation that's made by our financial team to pay the $21.3 million towards the fleet building and to look at the balance of that money's being applied to the $38 million project for the infrastructure at the yacht club, knowing there's going to be a balance of $18.8 million. Now, with that being said, I'm pretty hopeful that there will be some monies left over this year. I know it's not going to be $29.9 million, but it's going to be something. And that's something towards the end of this year, we can take a look at and see if we want to apply those monies toward that $18 million. So my question is to our finance department, and I had this discussion yesterday, in the short term, so this project can continuously move forward, would it be beneficial to issue commercial paper on the 18.8 that's remaining so we can get to the end of the fiscal year to see exactly where we stand? Or is it better to roll that into some type of a debt today?
So the J.C. Park, seawall, and the golf course irrigation, those were funded, our advanced
with commercial paper.
With commercial paper. So we would have to issue that debt first, And then that would free up funds to then move these projects forward in the interim.
And then we can reevaluate it at a later date, whether we transfer the 18.8 or some portion thereof into debt at a future date, but use the commercial paper that we're going to free up in the ordinance that's going to be presented to us next week.
That's correct.
So that would be my recommendation, that we, once that particular ordinance is approved, to use commercial paper for the 18.8, move those projects forward, so we can reevaluate towards the end of the fiscal year to determine how much money is left over. For me, my recommendation would probably to apply any balance thereof to the 18.8, and then take a look at what type of debt that we have. And also by then, hopefully, by the July 29th meeting, we all know that there could be an opportunity for some additional funding that we may be able to utilize as a revenue bond for any other possible P3s, very similar to the boathouse, that we could apply to this money, so we don't have to pay that out of the general fund. So that would be something that hopefully would happen, that we could explore as well. So that's where I stand in it. Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to slide 6, if we could, please. And the mayor kind of started down that road, and there's probably justification for it. I'm just looking for it for the sake of context. When he talks about looking at all the big pictures, where does the 550 million in water capital improvement projects that we were presented in April fit into all this?
So these are all governmental projects. That would be considered utility projects. That's not part of this presentation, and would be funded from a different source. Right?
Okay.
Water.
I mean, I know we considered basically debt versus commercial paper and that and bonds, so I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't. Okay, because I mean, that's a significant amount. I understand we got the assessments that we worked on, and we increased that 11% and all that, but it's just.
And we would have, just to remind you, we would have to increase the commercial paper program in order to fund those water and sewer projects that
So
you're
that's what I
referring
mean.
to.
So here we are, not really contextualizing that either. Okay, that's all I needed for now. Thank you.
I see Councilmember Kaduk's late on, but before I go to her, Councilmember Donnell and Laster, have you spoke on this yet? I don't think you have. I think Councilmember Donnell may have, very beginning. So I'll go to Councilmember Laster, and then I'll go to Councilmember Kaduk.
Thank you for my turn. So I guess, for me, debt is debt, right? Like you clarified that this direction came from us. And that's why if you go back to the other slide and we see like what we have in our fund balance, not reserve, that's separate, as has already been stated by my teammates. For me, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other. Whether we pay off right now J.C. Park and the Yacht Club seawall, pay that off, with some of the fund reserves, we're still going to have debt. Whether we pay down the debt for the fleet building, we're still going to have debt. I mean, it's still debt, right? We do have reserves. Are there any funds designated in reserves? And I know there's laws around that and, has to be used for certain things. Is there a way we could fund all of it with some of the reserves and pay ourselves back with some of these revenue generating opportunities, as the mayor stated, right? When he said, chances are the boathouse will probably do 600,000, we'll get 600,000 or maybe even 700,000, which could be 1.4 million. And, I'm just thinking, is there a way we could pay those back, or is that even allowed? I'm just thinking, why net?
So those reserves were established for specific purposes.
Okay,
So
I know
like the
that.
biggest chunk would be the budget stabilization reserve, and that's reserved specifically for catastrophic events,
Yeah.
emergency situations. We have another separate disaster reserve, which is $8 million, and that's reserved specifically for federally or state declared emergencies. I think we have a small reserve for land sales, proceeds from land sales that goes into that bucket. So there isn't another bucket large enough to fund all of this.
Okay.
Nor does the policy allow us to use it for those purposes.
And refresh my memory, Crystal, I can't remember how much is in there now, but the solid waste that I believe we made the decision years ago, council did at the time, to start that fund so that we could prepay for when we do have a hurricane or some type of a storm situation, we could pay out of that quickly because that's so expensive and people want their stuff cleaned up so fast, and then we get reimbursed by FEMA. Do we still have that reserve fund, correct?
We do.
And that's what it's for? So we can't use it for anything else? Like we couldn't use it and then pay it back?
No, it's earmarked for that, and that is in, here's the accounting side, that is in a restricted fund specifically programmed for stormwater purposes.
That's right, okay.
Our
All right,
stormwater management
okay.
program, so we can't use it for these.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that. So, you know, to me, I mean, debt is debt, right? It's 6 one way, half dozen the other. I have no issue staying with the ordinance that was proposed. Have no problem with that. That's the directive that we had given you anyway. And, you know, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other. Whether we pay down one, we still have to take out, we can't pay it all down, so then we still have to take out debt service for multiple projects. So I'm good with keeping what we recommended to you in the beginning. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kadouk?
Thank you, Mayor. I did bring my budget book, policy number 2, revenue estimates. Revenue estimates for annual budget purposes should be conservative. In this light, general fund revenues should be budgeted in the manner delineated below. Number 1, property taxes shall be budgeted at 96% of the property appraiser's estimate as of July. This is because most people have mortgages and the banks pay.
And they're offered the discount if they
Well,
pay.
I know as a lender at a bank that it is required by law that we must pay with the discount.
Correct.
Okay. Number 2, the following revenue sources should be budgeted at 95% of the estimates either prepared by outside sources or the Financial Services Department. State shared revenues, franchise fees, public service tax, 5-cent and 6-cent gas tax. So you're asking us to change this to 98%?
Correct.
Okay.
We're recommending it. And because we have, and I said this before, but this was established many years ago in the 90s, and the city used it as a savings account, basically to create, you know, a reserve or a savings account for the city, because it didn't have anything. In 2022, that financial services director at the time proposed the budget stabilization reserve, and it was approved by council, that effectively did the same thing, except that it set a goal to get within a certain amount by 2028, and we're on track to do that, and it's building a hefty reserve for the city to use in case of emergencies. And so the need for both of those has gone away. And so as long as the city is comfortable with keeping that budget stabilization reserve in place, we're comfortable with recommending a modification to this policy.
So that we can build a larger savings account?
No, so moving it from 95 to 98 would allow us to it would free up $1.9 million to use for something. Because currently, like for example, if we were...
For example, instead of having 29.9 million left over, we would have 31.
It would be less. So what it means if we budget at 95%, let's just say we know we're going to get state revenue shares of 100,000. We're going to budget to only receive 95%, so that other 5% falls to fund balance. We don't budget to use it because it's not planned revenue. It's not in the budget. Moving that to 98%, it now becomes a lesser amount that falls to the bottom line, but we're putting it into the budget. And including it in this presentation, we're saying we're going to use that for annual debt service. So it creates additional revenue that we can use.
To borrow off of.
Not to borrow off of, just to budget to spend.
Okay. Does staff have any documents, or do we have like the marina revenue pre-Ian?
Pre-Ian?
Yeah. Before, you know, we took the yacht club offline.
Yeah. There's a separate yacht basin fund that accounted for that revenue.
Right, I mean, can we see what that revenue was before? And then, obviously, we know we haven't had it built yet, but we keep talking about this unsolicited P3, which I don't know anything about really. And I know when we've been negotiating contracts, I mean, look, we have it later on in our agenda. We still haven't come to agreements on certain things. So I just don't know if we should be really jumping and putting all of our eggs in that basket either. Who knows?
Mark Mason, Assistant City Manager. As far as the yacht basin is concerned, yes, we had revenue, but we also had the expenses of maintaining it. So on a net basis, it really wasn't significant, maybe $20,000, $30,000 a year in net revenue.
But
that
it would go
went
up
back
now, right?
into maintaining the yacht basin, the Rosen Park area for boats, and that's what it was used for. Still is.
But that would be increased now since we have a larger footprint.
So would the cost of the maintenance and the cost of maintaining it would also increase with the cost of the footprint.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Real quickly, before I go to Councilmember Donnell, just wanted to clarify, make sure everybody understands. I think one of the things that staff was trying to present to us on this particular slide here are item 2 and item 3. Item 2 is, if we alter the public service tax, and I know I didn't reference that in my previous comments, so I just wanted to make sure that that's something I would not support, altering the PST. When you look at item 3 here, and I think the reason that they presented this to us, just by changing from a 95 to a 98% methodology, that's going to free up reoccurring every year $1.9 million. And I think their thought process here was simply that $1.9 million, we can apply that to the debt of that $18.3 million in the amount of $1.2 million annually, and that still leaves us about $700,000 annually to apply for debt for some other type of project moving forward. So I think what they've pretty much tried to do is say, hey, look, we can debt fund these projects this way. We can use our designated fund balance here. And if we change our methodology from 95 to 98%, we can utilize that money to pay the remaining $18.3 million and still have a little over $600,000 to $700,000 annually to apply for some other type of debt into the future. What I recommended was, hey, let's wait and get through the process of the P3s because we know we might generate some monies and see if we could do a revenue bond there on that 18 million. Take a look at if there's any fund balance at the end of this year, but still know we have that $1.9 million sitting there if we change our methodology, our financial policy. And we can utilize that to pay for that $18 million. So what does that mean? That means we're not paying for that at an additional expense because we're just applying a different methodology in our financial policies that allows us to have the $1.9 million that we don't have today. So just want to make sure that was clear for everyone. Go ahead, Councilmember Donnell.
Thank you, Mayor. This will be my last time on this one, Council. Thanks for bearing with me today. I always tell you all, no good deed goes unpunished, because if you look on this slide right here, it's the number 9. By going to that policy, on one end, yes, we're generating that money, but trust me, there's savvy people out there that say, oh, well, that means you can charge me less on my millage rate so you don't capture that extra. No deed goes unpunished. You just can't win. No perfect legislation. But I want someone out there to send that to me. But I certainly support this number 3, just for the council's consumption, that I will definitely not support. But when we first put in the 3-legged stool, way back when, we had it at 10%. And to try to do that now with today's electric prices, electricity, that just won't float, and I wouldn't support it. So in summary, though, this is it. Would you go back to slide number 6? So we started out the macro, we're setting policy, and the question was, what are all the projects? Here we are. So the only piece that I have here, if you look down there, so I am in total support of the proposed 2026, 2027. What Councilmember Steinke said, I hope that sears into each and every one of us. We are on strong financial backing. We keep getting awards, the city. The professionals are doing the work and we are reaping the benefits. So what you all are doing, keep it pushing forward. You can figure out to keep us where we need to be. The only thing I would add, though, is I'm supporting those. As far as future projects, the one that I don't mind looking at is the fire stations. So I'm just putting it out there on record. I'll come back. I think, council, though, just to show a good faith, I would like to take that carryover, and let's just put that money, and I'll listen to however you would like to do it. But yes, in the bigger picture, it won't impact us, but I just think to get the public, let's know we had that left over. It's out there, so let's apply it. And I would love to apply it to that J.C. Park and just wipe that slate clean and move forward. But at any rate, for the purposes of what we're here for today, I'm in total support of all of the projects using the cash at a minimum to 29.9. We pay you all to give us the best way to make us look better, keep us financially strong. I lean on you for that direction. Of course, we'll make the decision. And in the future projects, I am certainly in support of fire station. And that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, I just want to go back because I kind of let it off and I was very direct in what I was saying. I haven't changed that position. It's pretty much reflects what the mayor said, with the exceptions that I didn't comment on the PST. I was eliminating that. I didn't want to have that, so I'm parallel to him. And in addition to that, I said that we would figure out a way to pay off that 18.3, whether by some bonding mechanism. I'm certainly primary to that would be the commercial paper route, unless you could find another income source that would do that. So I'm still on the same page, and I just want to clarify those points so there's no question about what my position was.
The public service tax was included, just depending on where the conversations went. I just wanted to have it there just in case it was an option. But the amendment to the financial policy, that is definitely something I would like a consensus on, and we'll move forward with that.
Yeah, and I evolved into this position because I originally was thinking maybe that we needed to hold back a little bit more, but the thing that pacified me, one-on-one discussion is learning about the stabilization reserve that we have already executed and probably likely doing into the future. And that allowed me to free up my mentality about being able to stabilize the debt service around that and still do these things and do it in a manner that preserves our bonding ratings. So I'm happy with where we are. Appreciate what you guys did and all your work that you put into this. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I see no other lights on. Mr. City Manager, did you get the direction that you're looking for, or would you like us to go down the line here and try to clarify?
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, I have 3 that are in support of the $65 million issuance and 2 that have said use the cash as staff recommended. I've heard a couple of council members say use the cash to reduce the 65. So I do have some diversions in where council's at. It would be helpful to know where we need, where we don't want to have to come again and have another discussion.
Right. Councilmember Kadouk?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to clarify my position on that. It's because we're already looking to have an overage once again. So when we're going into our budget workshop next week even, we will be planning for, who knows, maybe 20 million surplus, which we would buy down the fleet facility, which seems to be all of our, what we say is a need. Along with the other items that are listed here, we can pick and choose and categorize them the right way, but that is why I'm choosing exactly what our city manager said. We have projects that are commercial paper right now that are done. They are completed, they're operational, they're running, and we have an unrestricted fund balance. So I think it's silly to take out the maximum amount of debt for those 4 projects when we can go out to the market with less. That's why I stand where I do. Thank you.
Can I just make sure we all understand that for this budget cycle, for fiscal year 27, the budget cycle we're in, planning for next year, at the January workshop, I presented to you the estimate of unrestricted or unassigned fund balance that you have to utilize to apply to any of these projects. That won't happen again until next January. So at the end of this fiscal year, whatever is estimated to be unassigned really won't be available until, are available for consideration until fiscal year 28 budget cycle. And so that is typically when it's presented to you all for consideration, because we have to go through the audit, and our audits are typically done. It begins, January, ends. We get the audited financials by March of next year. So that is presented to you January for consideration in the future budget. So as far as the budget workshop mentioned for next week, the 29.9 million of unassigned fund balance, that has already been presented to you for use, for possible use, and that's what we're doing today. But where we end this fiscal year is really for consideration for fiscal 28's budget cycle.
Okay. Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, just so, however you're keeping tally over there, if we go to slide 9, I am not in favor of increasing the PST. I am in favor of moving from 95 to 98. And I believe the very last page there, page 13, I am in favor of supporting ordinance 27-26 and supporting resolution 106-26.
And how about the projects that are listed on page 12? Because I think that's one of the questions they're asking about today.
After careful consideration and listening to my other council members and input from staff, I am okay with using the whole 29.9 and the 10.5. That brings us down on this slide down to the 18.8 in debt.
Okay, so why don't we start down there with Councilmember Donnell? I think we've gotten Councilmember Steinke's position, but we'll just move on down the line here to make sure the city manager's got a clear understanding.
I concur.
Same.
I concur.
Yep, me too.
So I'm no on the PST, yes on the 95-98, and I'd rather spend the money on the 4 project and the ordinance.
It doesn't really matter what I say because you've already got the whole line.
Okay, Councilmember, Mr. City Manager, you get the direction you're looking for?
I do, and as a reminder, those items were moved to next meeting, the resolution and the ordinance, so that'll be on there, and then we will work on, in addition to that, we also moved the fleet, CMAR, and the engineering to that meeting as well. So we'll utilize the cash to get that building moving forward and bring the actual award of the project construction as well.
Okay. All right. We're at 12:40. Why don't we take an hour break here for lunch, come back at 11:40? I'm sorry, 1:40. I went backwards.
Nice try. We're never getting that hour back.
All right, we'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Mr. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to the discussion that occurred today regarding 2 items from the last council meeting, and that was in reference to, and I'm going to give the resolution number. It's 2 resolutions, resolution number 7-26 and resolution 122-26. That was ultimately denied at the last council meeting and then only moved to a further discussion at this committee of the whole meeting. So because it was denied, it was never really put on for continuation of that discussion. at our next regular council meeting, which is scheduled for June 3rd at 4 o'clock in council chambers. So because of the denial, the proper legal process for this, it would be a motion for reconsideration. I haven't yet identified who's on a prevailing side of that motion for reconsideration, but all that I would ask, if there is consensus, for the clerk to add these two items as unfinished business, Resolution 7-26 and Resolution 122-26, with the understanding that there would be arguably a motion for reconsideration of those two items.
Are you looking from a consensus from this body?
A consensus from you all, at least 5 of you.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, I'd support that requirement, so thank you, Mayor.
Well, I guess probably, well, Mr. City Manager, I see your light on. Let's go to you first.
I just wanted to say, that was my mistake. I had referenced that was delayed to the next meeting, and at break, I was advised I made a mistake in what I said, and that it was actually voted to deny, and that passed. So I apologize for that. I know I'm not perfect. I like shade at night. And also, I was advised that there is some captain's walk at the Everest boat ramp. It's not a launch lane and recover dock, but there's captain's walks there and Rosen. So that point, Councilmember Steinke, my apologies on that as well.
All right, so I guess we'll just go down the line in lieu of our conversation today to at least get those items on the agenda. And then my understanding, you'll still need a motion for reconsideration at that point.
Yes, it'll be just for the purposes of adding it on as unfinished business based upon the conversation that occurred today and the general agreement of the council. But it will require a motion for reconsideration that will be required to be seconded and voted on.
All right. Councilmember Kadouk?
Thank you. You said Resolution 7-26. This was not a motion to deny. It was a motion to approve, and it failed. And also, this says fleet maintenance and property management facilities. My issue with this was the verbiage.
I understand, and that's something that would have been corrected on reconsideration.
Okay, it wasn't a motion to deny. It failed.
It failed, but it still would require a motion for reconsideration.
I find it interesting that we're talking about this at a cow when you didn't do this for other motions to reconsider for other items.
The only reason I am bringing this up is based upon your discussion today at this committee of the whole. So if there is no interest, then you could certainly not agree with it. But I'm hearing the consensus of the council. I'm trying to provide that legal guidance. If you disagree with that, you could certainly disagree with having it put on for reconsideration.
Of course. Thank you.
And in essence, really, we don't even have to add it. We could just, someone could make a motion to reconsider. But I understand what you're asking for today is to just put it back on the agenda to have a discussion.
Well, you all had a full-on conversation regarding this specific matter. References about it being heard on the 3rd. So I'm just trying to correct that. If there's no interest for that, so be it.
Okay. All right, so with that being said, I guess we'll just go down the line to at least just add it to the agenda to have a discussion, and it would have to be a motion for reconsideration made anyway at that time. So start with Councilmember Kadouk.
No, and the reason being is because we've never had this discussion about any other regular business meeting. The reason why we're talking about it, and that resolution has mixed verbiage in it. It would need to be cleaned up. It should come back as a whole new resolution, actually. Thank you.
Councilmember Long?
I guess his response to that was that it could, based on the discussion that happens at the next meeting.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm good with it.
Yes. All right.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, let's move on to the next item of discussion, which is item 4A, number 4, J.C. Park concessionaire term sheet. And I will turn that over to Mr. City Manager to start with.
Thank you, Mayor. The concessionaire that I've been negotiating with has been away since last week and only arrived in town either this morning or last night. I spoke with him, so at this time I have no update to provide.
All right, is this something that we may be able to also add to next week's meeting? Do you think you'll have something?
Yes, I've let him know about the 2 items. We just weren't in an ability to meet and, discuss the 2 items. I let him know assignability was an issue, as well as the repayment of the building structure, considering the 20-year term or 15 and a 5-year term if he elected to leave it in year 15. So I have at least let him know what the 2 items were that are still a point of contention. We just haven't had a chance to meet. He's been out of town. But we are definitely planning on getting together prior to next week's meeting, and I should be able to have that resolved by then.
All right, so we could add this, Madam City Clerk, to maybe unfinished business for next week's meeting, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 5, is North 3 Utilities Extension Project update. And I will turn that over to staff.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Bill Corbett, Public Works. Here to discuss with you an update for the North 3 UEP. All right. So the North 3 UEP, we are wrapping up the design currently at 98%, and the bid packages are currently being prepared to be advertised a little bit later this year. So currently we have 14 lift station contracts and 2 master pump station areas, which total 8 construction contracts. These packages are combined based on the areas which are local to each other, and the thought there is that we are able to break it up into more palatable pieces for contractors. Having 16 separate construction contracts obviously would be a large undertaking for a firm, especially when those areas are smaller. So they are combined for constructability, economies of scale, and various other benefits. The packages are being prepared now, and they will be competitively bid using our invitation to bid process through our typical procurement method, and we will utilize the same delivery that we did for North 1, East and West design bid build. So our goal is to issue notice to proceed for construction by December, by the end of this calendar year. And so this is to keep the project on track. And of course, this project has a variety of benefits, addressing both developmental concerns as well as, more importantly, environmental concerns. This includes septic densities, water shortages, aquifer issues. There's also private side improvements which are yielded by residents, like fire protection capabilities, more reliability on a system when there's a natural disaster, better resiliency during a storm. Furthermore, we can activate different corridors with the availability of municipal utilities. That does allow for further economic development. So we set the date to have construction notice to proceed by the end of this year, and so we are working backwards to get our meetings scheduled to bring forth the assessment, the homeowner meetings, and the construction contract awards by the end of the year. So at this point in time, we are proposing a special city council meeting on September 28th, 2026, and this will be the initial resolution. So we have started receiving our bid documents already, so here's our schedule as we are today moving forward. So we will begin bidding next month, and our initial assessment resolution will be held at that special city council meeting on the 28th, homeowner meeting on October 19th, final assessment final assessment hearing and construction contract awards November 2nd, 2026, and construction notice to proceed December 2026. And this is along the same timeline as the North 1 West project, as well as the North 1 East project was led. And with that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Okay, I'll open up for any council discussion. Any council discussion or any concerns relating to this matter? Councilmember Kadouk.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mark Mason sent us an email last night, and I'm curious to know why we believe that it's piping driving the cost up.
Well, I think that the construction cost indices that he has provided showed a cost over time graphic, which indicates that there is an increase in the unit cost for various materials, various construction materials. And this would also be reflected in other indices you'd see out there, such as the ENR Construction Cost Index and some others. I think his intent was to show that over a period of time, although you may have undulations up and down, the trend will always increase over a certain amount of time when it comes to construction costs.
And more specifically, in our meeting, you had asked, what are the benefits to doing this before letting the new council get elected and then going on hiatus and then hearing it? That you had said, can you quantify the benefits? So the reason for those charts was to say, over time, all the charts are indicating, not just on pipe, on ductile iron, on asphalt that goes, the bitumen that goes into the asphalt, the HDPE, and the cost of labor all go up. So delays over time increase the price. So it was in response to your question about benefits to doing.
But he sent pipes, and it looks like when you look at it, that it's apparently labor cost increase.
I'm sorry?
When you're actually.
There should be 4 charts that you got, not just one, right? You sent all, yeah.
I believe it was fuel and bituminous, it was HDPE, it was ductile iron, and labor.
And those are, I mean, that's it. You've got ductile iron under the roads, you've got fire hydrants, riser pipes, you've got the HDPE, you've got the cost of labor, and then what was the other one?
Fuel and bituminous.
Yeah, which goes into the road asphalt. So
That's
those-
asphalt
the
production and
product.
trucking costs.
Right, it's across the board price increases, mainly for labor. So how do you know that it's material driving up the cost without the material cost breakdown in all of this?
Those are based on indices, historical cost indexes that we have plenty of data. There's a variety of sources out there, FDOT, FHWA, Engineering News Record, a variety of resources out there to tell us how there's growth in labor and construction material costs. I would say that the increase in cost of construction projects as a whole, not just in Cape Coral, this is nationwide, worldwide, is a function of time. And it's a combination of labor rates and material costs and logistical costs, trucking, fuel, things like that. So it's that cumulative effect that you see incrementally increasing these project costs over time.
So we have a special city council meeting so that we can approve going out to the market to take out bonds on this, is that correct?
I believe the intent is to issue the construction notice to proceed before the end of calendar year 26, and starting at that date, working backwards, puts us to the dates that we've requested and are tentatively scheduled.
Are there more RFPs that have to go out?
Pardon me?
RFPs that need to go out?
Like a request for proposal at this point, we'd be issuing invitations to bid, ITBs.
Okay, so just back me into why we have to have the special city council meeting.
Because we'd like to issue the construction notice to proceed before the end of calendar year 26. Calendar year 26 ends on December 31st. We'd back up. There's hiatus before that. Then we have the construction contract awards that we need to get issued. In order to get that notice to proceed, we need to go through the whole entire procurement process related to bonding, insurance, verification of business licensing. Before that, it needs to be approved by City Council. Before that, we need to have a homeowners meeting for the public to explain to them the assessments and the hardship opportunities and a variety of different things. Before that would be the initial meeting for the assessment. So you have that cadence, you have a gap that's required between your initial and your final, and we even go a little more than the statutory minimum because we like to afford homeowners the opportunity of that homeowner meeting to make sure that they're well informed.
So we take out the bond and then we let it sit?
I can let them.
There's 2 parts here. One is doing the invitations to bid, getting the prices, determining the special assessments. So we don't want to go out and issue a notice to proceed unless we have the resources and they've been identified in setting the assessment for the future, so that we don't want to be able to do that if we don't have that in place. As far as issuance of bonds, that won't be until 2027, probably around May or June, thereabouts. But
Okay,
that's
so
for the
then
issuance of the
why
bonds.
the rush before the end of this year, this fiscal year? Like
Now that-
truly, asking naively.
This is actually to get the programming back on pace.
Why
North
did we
3.
get off pace?
Yeah.
So the utilities master plan does indicate some target years for the UEP. Right now, we're tracking the completion of North 3 and then rolling immediately into the start of North 6. North 6 is going to be contingent upon the construction of a wastewater treatment plant that we currently have under basis of design. And so what you have is each of these areas need to pump through each other, if you will, to get to the plant. That's why it's critical to make sure that we're able to construct these things in sequence in accordance with that adopted master plan.
Why did we get off pace?
Hurricane Ian threw the program off about a year
Only Hurricane Ian?
at this point in time. From my knowledge from North 1 West, then East, then here we are today. Yes, it was from Hurricane Ian.
Bill, and the delays with the North 3 road and the roundabout at Tropicana put all the transportation elements on hold.
Afternoon, Bud Creighton, Design and Construction Manager. So part of the issue with the pace has to do with design. And I would just tell you that we have been pushing our consultant as hard as we can. We wanted to be further along at this stage of the game, but unfortunately we didn't get there. And there are some repercussions as to how we're handling invoices from our consultant because of that. So that does play into this. And we are dealing with the consultant the best we can in that respect.
So our consultant got us off pace?
I'm sorry, I missed.
The consultant got us off pace?
I think it was the addition of the scope. So we had a contract amendment, design contract amendment as directed previously by the council to improve the cross-section of the roadway to that alternate 5, including the multiple roundabouts, as Mr. City Manager mentioned previously. So there was an extension on the design, which only compounded the impacts of Hurricane Ian, as well as far as the program itself being slightly off of schedule.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, just to emphasize a couple of things to that point. Again, it's a matter of not kicking the can down the road on this, and I'm all for doing it as soon as we can, and that keeps the overall cost down. We all recognize what inflation has done with all the materials of construction over the last couple of years. The one breath of relief that we might see is in the fact that we're filling up those southern refineries now with Venezuelan crude. Bitumen's going to increase, but the other point that's being demonstrated right now globally with the Iran condition is that oil and all the petrochemicals that are derived from oil, including polymers, all the plastics, are very much a function of world pricing. Right now, we have a luxury of being over producing for what our needs are in the United States, and we're offshoring petrochemicals, we're offshoring produced distillates, we're offshoring oil right now. We are being drugged by the world pricing issue to continue to have all of those raw materials escalate in price. And you just take it with a grain of salt. I spent 45 years in that business. I know what I'm talking about with respect to petrochemicals. And that is not going to slow the price down. We're going to continue to increase. So you're right on the money with projection on your increases. And I totally support moving this forward so that we don't hamper our residents in the future with not only might be something $35,000, we're up in the 40s and the 50s if we don't really do it in a timely manner. That also complicated by the engineering. So I support you doing it this way. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, and no other objection to the timeline that was established, I guess, Mr. City Manager, you get the direction you're looking for?
It's important to have this discussion because there will be, and I'll say it now, some people are gonna say that, well, as we get closer to November, that there's gonna be a meeting before the election, and it's important to, if we're gonna do that, to put it out in the public now, well before we get down there and assessment notice start getting. There is an option to not do that, and then what you would have is a new council would get sworn in, they would have their business meeting, they'd go on hiatus, and the bids that we would be issuing next month would be out of range. So you're adding time to it. So that's the option. And if it is to stay on the original schedule, it wouldn't necessitate having these additional meetings. So I just want to make sure that's very clear, that nothing was passed over, because that's what the intent would be, or the outcome will be.
If I can just add on to exactly what he said, one last piece to that is our bids are good for 180 days. We are beginning the bid process in June. Keep in mind, those will expire in December. So he mentioned that bid timeline, and I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, and just to pick up on that, we're here not for political expediency. We're here to do what's right for the city and keeping costs down to the extent that we can do that. That beckons us to do it earlier than later. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kadouk?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I completely agree with Councilmember Kilrain. I do support having the special meeting and getting this done. One of our, out of the strategic planning session, was getting the UEP done. In fact, I wish it was done in 2007 when I was still in high school. I wouldn't be paying for it out of my stocks and bonds today. So yeah, I do agree with pushing it forward. I just found it very peculiar, and I wanted it on the record why this was delayed. And what I'm hearing is it was delayed because we came back for a new design with roundabouts and other things at Tropicana due to a homeowners association. So I just wanted that to be clear. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
That is what it caused the extension to the contract, yes.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other lights on, Mr. City Manager, did you get your direction you were looking for?
I did.
I think we're seeking consensus for the 28th special meeting.
And I think that was a part of
Good.
everyone's
Thank you.
evaluation here.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, with that being said, let's move on to the athletic programs presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Michael Mazzolia, Deputy Director, Parks and Recreation. Here today to present our Parks and Recreation informational athletic recreation presentation. With us today, we have our athletic supervisor, Eric Cartmel.
Good afternoon. Eric Cartmel, Recreation Program Supervisor for the Athletics Division. Our mission of athletics is to provide quality programming for both youth and adults throughout the city and throughout Southwest Florida. Athletic recreation, this program is discretionary quality of life service that is not required by federal law, state statute, or local code. Something unique that Cape Coral provides to our citizens. Our revenues, or expenditures for the last 5 years, you can see we have 7 full-time staff and 34 contract staff. Funding and donations and grants. We have received a grant from USTA for our wheelchair tennis program at the courts. And we have also received donations in the past from Dick's Sporting Goods for athletic equipment. Athletic facilities. We currently have 12 athletic facilities throughout the city that are used for programming, and a 13th opening soon in Festival Park, we hope. Youth athletic programs. Parks and Rec currently offers 7 different athletic programs for the youth. Our enrollment for the year is roughly 1,600, and we have plans to offer 3 more programs once Festival Park does open. Adult recreation programs, we currently have 7 as well. That enrollment annually is about 2,500. And as you can see, we plan to grow that quite a bit once festival opens, with offering 8 additional programs. Volunteers. Anybody in my position, anybody who's been involved with youth sports understands how important volunteers are, how vital they are to our success. We in Parks and Rec currently have about 300 volunteers annually with over 9,000 volunteer hours. We greatly appreciate their time because without volunteers, what we do is not possible. Community partners. We currently have 7 primary user agreements with groups throughout the city. These user agreements were established in the early 90s and voted on by council. 2 baseball, 2 football, BMX, youth softball, and Cape Coral Soccer Association make up the 7 primary users that we have. The courts, approximately 350 players per day use the facility. Their current membership numbers are roughly 1,200. They will offer multiple tournaments throughout the year, with their biggest tournament being the Cape Coral Open, the PPA Cape Coral Open tournament. You get about 1,200 players. Tournament partner and tourism impact. We have a partnership with Lee County Sports, where we host multiple tournaments throughout the year in conjunction with their facilities as well. I would say anywhere from probably 18 to 25 tournaments per year through Lee County Sports. The direct spending in Southwest Florida from those events in 2025 was just over $17 million. And we also host other tournaments as well that we host strictly at city facilities that are ran by private entities. Nice and short and sweet. Any questions?
Open it up for any discussion. Councilmember Kaduc.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's wonderful to see our youth. I didn't see any organizations. Do they store equipment in our parks?
You talking about like balls and our large equipment, or just equipment in general?
Equipment, basketball, youth?
Yes. All
Basketball,
primary
softball.
users have a facility that's able to store equipment, yes.
They all have storage equipment? And these are all nonprofits?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other lights on, thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Presentation. Move on to item 7, hurricane season outlook.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ryan Lim, Emergency Management and Resilience Director. 2 seconds to get this up. All right. Believe it or not, we're already back to hurricane season again this year. So we're going to run over just a few things that we're looking at for the forecasts and the city's preparedness this year. So emergency management, we work on the full cycle of emergency preparedness. So from preventing to and mitigating, preparedness, response, recovery, and ultimately that leads to resilience. Our EOC currently operates under 4 different levels. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 is a full-scale activation. 2 is a partial activation. 3 is enhanced monitoring, so we're paying attention to a situation. Or a level 4 is normal operations. So like right now, we're even looking at next week's forecast in the GFS model that shows some disturbances. So we're watching things a week or plus in advance to see as those things progress. So ingredients for a hurricane, increased Gulf temperatures or water temperatures, unstable atmosphere, and then we don't want to have wind shear. So if you think about it like a snowman, a hurricane wants to stand up nice and tall. If it starts getting wind shear, it starts to topple over the snowman, and that starts to tear apart the hurricane. Things we get tornadoes, we get tropical storm force and hurricane force winds, we have rain, and then of course surge that can all result in flooding. The Saffir-Simpson scale, we have a category 1 through category 5. Again, would encourage folks not to get lost into just the center of the track because we know that these can be very large storms and can impact areas much further beyond the center of the circulation. Storm surge, there's lots of things that affect storm surge. So storm surge is above the mean high tide. So if you have a high tide, that's going to be even higher on the surge. When we look at a hurricane, the path as it relates to the peninsula of Florida and where we're currently located is important. We know that the northeast side of a storm is the dirty side. We see the most heaviest rains, most ability for tornadoes, other things like that. We run under the mantra of hide from the wind and run from the water, so we want to get away from the surge that potentially could come in, and that's where we see a lot of loss of life is through surge. And then the wind is, of course, where a lot of our construction is built to withstand that, but we see a lot less injury and loss of life due to wind-related incidences. Colorado State, this is their latest forecast run, so we are in an El Nino pattern this year. So my actually conversations with them last week was that they're going to do a forecast update in about 2 weeks. This is actually going to go down a little bit. So they're actually thinking it's probably going to be closer to 5 hurricanes and less named storms as well. But because we're in an El Nino pattern, we're seeing more wind shear and results in fewer hurricanes to us. A couple of things that we might see that they've warned is the opportunity for more early season storms. And then we also talk about is rapid intensification. If we do get a low pressure system in warm water, it has the ability to flare up fairly quickly. This is our current temperatures in the Atlantic. This is actually relatively cool compared to what it was last year. Watch versus a warning. So if we're in a watch, if you hear about a tropical storm versus watch or hurricane watch or a tornado watch, it's watch out, we have all the parts. It could be happening. And then a warning is warning it's happening right now. So before the storm, these are the things that we're working on, of course, year round. We're working in coordination to make sure our contracts, MOUs, and partners are ready to go. We're doing training and exercises. We're doing risk assessments and data analysis. We're doing public outreach events. And then, of course, we're continuing to update all of our many operational and preparedness plans. When a storm is forecast, we continue to watch and monitor that information. We try to give out the information that is pertinent at the time. So something like these flash reports, we try to provide these. This goes out to council. They are for public release as well, that show things like when the most likely onset and length of hurricane force winds would arrive and stay in our area. What does the storm surge projections look like? Again, nobody's got a crystal ball, but we try and make the best decisions with the information we have at the time. We do a lot of public information outreach about preparing your home. We ask council to be good examples of that as well. When we call for an evacuation of a particular area, it's not due to us thinking that it's just happenstance. It's something that we ask for because it's immediately dangerous to that person's life to potentially remain in that site. And of course, we have things like Alertly that help get that information out. We have our hurricane guide. We're on our 3rd edition that folks can get a lot more information on. Other things that we get are questions about sandbags. Currently, the city of Cape Coral for like the past 15 years has not supported the use of sandbags. Not to say that they're not effective in some situations, but here's an example of what 10 sandbags, which is what a typical place gives out, is how that would look to be effective. That's not a very effective flood barrier. The top diagram there is what the Army Corps of Engineers shows as an effective use of using sandbags. So you would need about 300 sandbags per residential property. There are commercial options that are much more effective in these situations. So that's why we do not support the use of sandbags in these situations. They are commercially available if individuals would like them. Reminder, this is our evacuation zones. Again, if we're seeing the threat of a storm in our area, what we're going to generally do is start with barrier islands and mobile homes, and then we're going to go to Zone A, and then parts of Zone B and into Zone C if needed. There's a QR code here. If people, individuals at home can go to capecoral.gov or go to this website and type in their address and know what their zone is as well. We do partner with Lee County Emergency Management. We do have 2 representatives, one from the city manager's office and one from the police department, that are in their EOC, that when we coordinate back and forth, we have a municipal call every day during an activation that we coordinate things like sheltering and evacuations. Again, evacuations, we call for them in coordination with the county so that we know where they're going to be at. And then sheltering, right now there's only one Lee County recognized shelter. Again, it's not a state of Florida or a national shelter. It's a Lee County recognized shelter at Island Coast High School that fits about 3,000 individuals there. During a storm, when we reach a sustained 45-mile-an-hour wind, it's no longer safe for our police officers, firefighters, EMS personnel to be out in our community due to flying debris, the ability to stand upright, function, so we stop emergency response at that time. And then afterwards, we work out of every fire station comes a front-end loader from Public Works to do first push, and a police car and a fire truck. They go out and start clearing our priority calls and starting to see where we have our damage at, so we can start assessing in that recovery process. It's important, this is a triage tag for those in the medical field, so when we have a mass casualty incident, when you have more demand than resources, you have to put them at the places that are going to make the biggest benefit at that time. And so the harsh reminder here is that in a catastrophic storm, after the storm goes through, we're going to have more demand for resources than we're going to have resources for a period of time. And so we make tough decisions to put those resources in the places that are going to make the biggest benefit for the most residents. The state of local emergency process, again, we can declare a local state of emergency here, but to get a state or national recognition, there's a few other things, like some of the tornadoes we've seen recently. You have to have $2 million of uninsured loss to be able to reach that threshold. And so we worked through that process to do that damage assessment to see if we are going to reach that threshold. Again, reimbursement is not 100%. It takes several years. As you're aware of the long process we're still in recovery here from Hurricane Ian from. After an incident, any incident, if it's a storm or a special event or any major incident, we talk about life safety, so preserving life and preventing injury, incident stabilization, and then property and environmental conservation. And so generally for a hurricane, what that means is we try to clear all of our emergency calls and holding, right? So we've had murder-suicides, we've had a house on fire, somebody have a heart attack during a storm. So getting to those places as quickly as we can. Then we work to restore water. If we lost water, if you get water back though and you don't have power, then you start having things leak out into the streets. And so we work on getting power restoration. And then there's debris collection and ultimately into the long process of cost recovery. So there's a pamphlet from the Florida Division of Emergency Management, but this is a synopsis of the role of elected officials. Again, trying to be a good conduit of information to your constituents and then back to the city with any of those particular things, providing accurate and timely information, building relationships with other municipalities, other county or state officials that you can help in that long recovery process, getting some of that resources back to the city. Encouraging plans and coordinating cleanup efforts is always a good thing. Mr. Mayor is in the EOC with us and coordinates as the face of the city as we do press conferences and briefings. And then right now the city manager per ordinance has the power, duty, and authority to declare a local state of emergency for 7 days, but then to extend that would need to come back to this body. We do operate under something called the Community Lifeline, so it's a little bit different than the typical. So in our reports, you'll see things about these particular lifelines, and then if they're blue, if they're undisturbed, green is good, red is bad. So we try to go down this simple path. But if we're seeing disruptions in fuel or communication systems or any of these other areas here, we recognize that we need to be a liaison out to the community. Even though we don't provide all of these services directly from us, it takes all of these things to have our community to run and function. And so that's things like we're getting water to the hospital, doing our aquapods, or one of the feedbacks we heard after Ian again was people's cars are flooded out, so being able to get supplies to them, setting up points of distribution, working with the Army National Guard, all of these other things that we do. And then in the long recovery process, as you're aware of, this is going to take years or decades if we are impacted by a storm. And I'll leave you with this Saturday. We have the Hurricane Expo at the German American Club from 9 to 1. Everybody's welcome, and we should have about 60 plus vendors there to help educate. Stand by for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, excellent presentation, excellent work. I've been to several of your presentations to the public, and last year was phenomenally attended. I look forward to this weekend. I think some of the neat things that you bring out in that, where you make it tangible for people to understand what the real threats are and some of the vendors that have shown up and participated are extremely noteworthy. In particular, I just would mention that some of the things that you talked about from a commercial standpoint on being able to shore up and brace things, I've witnessed in operations at Tampa General Hospital some of those barriers, and they really do work, and that they were subject to a lot of storm surge during the period of time in which I witnessed it, and those things are amazing what they did, and appreciate all that you've done in expanding your programs, and thank you for it. Appreciate it. The city is well served by your work.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you for the.
I have, Mayor,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Chief, I have a question for you. Our resilience, and I'm using this opportunistically, our resilience center that is going to be at the North Cape Government Complex, in your presentation, you talked about sheltering. Can you discuss the resilience center and what it is going to provide? There's recently been some discussion at the county level, as well as with myself and Councilwoman Kaduka about a FEMA requirement and whether it's a FEMA building. Can you kind of elaborate on what's going on with you in the county and the resilience center and
Absolutely.
Sheltering and versus evacuating? Thank you.
Absolutely. So after Hurricane Ian went through, Lee County created the Resilient Lee Task Force. All members of Lee County municipalities were represented there, and they went through a list of trying to develop where the gaps potentially were in our community. They didn't want to have this disjointed recovery process between different communities. And so through that process, infrastructure was one of the primary things that were mentioned. There was $1.1 billion granted to Lee County, the largest ever at the time. And then there was another $300 million from FEMA that was also given for hazard mitigation. So this project falls under the HUD grant, the U.S. Housing and Urban Development Community Block Development Grant for Disaster Recovery, CDBGDR. And so their focus is a lot on providing services to low, moderate income individuals. And so in this process, we went through and we tried looking at, one, we lack an infrastructure, large infrastructure in North Cape Coral. We don't have a rec center, all things that we wanted. We wanted to see some of the elements of things like the collaboratory that they're able to offer out to small business owners, some of those services for low, moderate income individuals, Tigers after school care, English as a second language, CPR, opportunities to help people improve their employment opportunities. And so that was one of the initial focuses. The other part here is that also seeing this serve as a disaster recovery center, which one of the things that we struggled with afterwards, where we set it up at Lake Kennedy, which wasn't ideal for us. In that, we wanted to also provide it as a shelter. We know that we've only have 3,000 shelter spots available at Island Coast High School. Island Coast High School does not have the elevation to qualify as a state shelter. It is recognized by the state or by Lee County. They have it inspected by the state. It meets every other requirement, but does not have the elevation. So that's why it's not officially listed as a state shelter. It is listed as a Lee County shelter. When we went through and created the application for this, we wanted it to be recognized as a shelter, not being aware of the requirements of the SLOSH model. It's from NOAA. It's an elevation that requires us to go for a Cat 5 max inundation plus 20%. So that puts this building, if we were to build it at the location at Festival Park, the lowest horizontal member of any safe room would have to be 10 to 11 feet in the air, above ground level, not above sea level, above ground level. And so looking at that, we were trying to build a space up to 70,000 square feet because you're 20 square feet per person to have as a hurricane shelter. Ultimately, we had a conversation with the county. And again, this is something that we asked and we included in this. This was not a requirement of HUD. When we put this in and then went through the design process and found out all of this other information, again, we have 8 safe rooms that we're working to consolidate through FEMA that we have to elevate because it's a requirement because it's a FEMA grant. This one's a HUD grant, so we have the ability. They're more focused on that low moderate income requirement. And so going through that, we went back to the county and said, look, we've got 2 options. I can either reduce the scope or increase the budget. The county said there is no more money, so we're reducing the scope. And so by reducing the scope, we can still have it function like Island Coast High School, where it serves as a refuge of last resort, where we have a basketball court that's potentially being planned in some meeting spaces that can serve as a refuge of last resort, just like Island Coast High School does. It will serve as our disaster recovery center. We'll have a partner with the nonprofits in there. We've got it's going to be a really big benefit, I believe, to our community through that process.
So the requirement for the FEMA designation was an unknowing ask that we put in there, not a requirement of the HUD.
To be technical, what we put in the grant was to meet the Red Cross and state of Florida requirements, and that's what was amended out recently.
Okay, sir. So we still get the Resilience Center, we still get all the other things, we just don't get the 11-foot tall building in the air to meet that requirement that we were looking.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, and just to add to that, I happened to be in association with Mr. Lamb at the time, and it's interesting to watch the commissioners handling that. There was an initial attempt to delay it and not allowed to be voted on in that meeting. And thankfully, we had our city commissioners and some other support on that so that it occurred. And the reason for delay was that there was uncertainty with that 11-foot requirement, and that would really require additional dollars if we wanted to design to that new requirement. And as you said, they were running out of money, didn't have it. So we related that to what the current facility of last resort was, the high school building, and you were able to do it that way. Compliment you again on being right, Johnny, on the spot, feeding them text as they needed it, and I think you helped turn that conversation, and thank you for that, because it was nip and tuck there for a few minutes in that commissioners meeting, so thank you.
Just, the current building design is, again, we're just a preliminary concept now, but we're about 27,000 square feet, and to elevate that entire structure to the slosh elevation would be about another $9 to $10 million is the current rough order of magnitude that we've asked them to come up with.
All right, seeing no other lights on, we appreciate the update. Okay.
So basically, we didn't know at the time that we submitted it that was a requirement.
Yes, sir.
It was on the books, but we just weren't aware of that? Or did it come later on?
No, it's on the books. We weren't aware of it at the time.
Okay, and is this something that we had Haggerty's assistance with regards to putting the proposals together for these asks?
Yes.
Okay, so Haggerty missed this, presumably?
It's something that we've looked at, because even for the other shelters that we put in place, we have other HMGP safe rooms that don't meet this requirement, and so I think this is one of those conversations that was this a rule that now was being selectively enforced, or however that went forward.
Yeah, okay, I just want to try to get to the bottom. I mean, for a while there, every time we turned around, we were giving millions and millions to Haggerty for what I understood to be stuff just like this, and so for them to miss something like that, to even put us in this position is a little bit disconcerting, but I just wanted clarification that I understood correctly, and I think I got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you much for the presentation, and we'll move on to the next item. Before I do, I just want to make sure anyone that's interested in participating in citizens input, please fill out a comment card at the front. We'll be at that portion of the agenda here shortly after this next discussion, which is permit data search tool, and I'll turn that over to Mr. Grambo.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Matthew Grambo, Deputy Development Services Director. We just wanted to do a brief demo of our permit data tool, which is now easily accessible directly from the capecoral.gov homepage. This is a little initiative that we worked on with the new IT director, Ian, to make sure that this information was more readily available to our residents who are interested in looking at permit statuses on their property or on a neighboring property. So the new permit search tool is through our Energov CSS platform. However, it's directly available now if you go to capecoral.gov and you hover up to the upper right-hand corner where it has this yellow I want to button. You just hover over that and then click permit search. So this is how you access the permit search tool. It'll redirect you to our citizen self-service portal, which is part of our Tyler software package. And then right here where it has the search box that says search public records with keywords or addresses, you can either type in the address of the property that you're interested in looking at the permit activity for, or you can type in the permit number directly. So I'm just going to look at 3 different records here for purposes of the demo. So right here where it says search for all, and then public records or keywords or addresses, I'm going to type in a sample address. So 1413 Northeast 14th Street. You can hit enter or search, and the total number of public records associated with permit activities, plans, inspections, code cases, or licenses will pop up. In this case, I'm interested in looking for permit, so we'll filter the results on the left side for permit. You can sort based on the relevance to what you put into the query, the permit number, project address, or issue date. So I'm going to select issued date, and then select descending to have the most recent permit that was issued on this property displayed at the top of the list. So you can see here on this particular parcel, they're in the North 1 East UEP area, so they have 2 utility connection permits. And the reason I selected this is because I had received an inquiry from a citizen related to a fence permit that was recently issued this year. And so you can see here on the screen, permit number BLDA 26-001299 is for a new fence residential permit type. So this shows when the permit was applied for, when it was issued, and when the expiration is. If a resident or a member of the public would like to have some additional details on this particular permit, you can see that the permit number is a hyperlink. So you just click on the hyperlink or the permit number, and it'll take you to a landing page for this particular permit. So you can see at the top of the screen in this light blue shaded box, that is a card that shows some key details, the type of the permit, the status of the permit. So in this case, this permit is issued. It was applied for and issued on the exact same date because as a fence permit, it is one of our push button permits. You can see under the description, this is a paper permit that was applied for as an owner builder. And the information that was provided was chain link and aluminum new fence, not for pool. Just below this, you can see in the workflow section, these are each step in the process from receiving the application and confirming that the application was complete to verifying the fee payments, issuing the permit, and everything past issue permit is an inspection step. So you can see on this particular permit application and held permit, it passed the completeness check, the fees were paid, the permit was issued on 2/17. However, there are 2 failed BLD fence inspections. So if you go up and you can see these different buttons on the top of the screen, just below the light blue, I can click on inspections, look for the most recent inspection. So you can see on March 5th, it had a failed BLD fence permit. I can actually click on this hyperlink where it says view inspection, and that pulls up exactly what the rejection comment was. So fence is in the setback, move fence back 25 feet from property pins of Northeast 14th. So that is actually the rejection comment for that inspection from the inspector through the system directly onto a publicly accessible portal. So very, very happy, very easy to get this information for anyone who's interested in the statuses. And that's...
Matt, can you go back one page?
Sure.
So we also know that, maybe one more, go back one more. We know that now, oh, too far, it was the one that has the status.
Oh, the summary.
Yeah,
Okay.
summary. So we know now, we're gonna be arming all of the community, the homeowners who, contractors have said, oh, I submitted a permit, back in December and it's January, what's going on? Well, they're gonna be able to go look and see, no, it's January and it hasn't been submitted. So, but here's the other thing that we do realize. Now that we're putting this information out there, the next logical question, if you scroll up a little bit, Matt, to the statuses, or scroll down, I'm sorry, I meant scroll down. Yeah. So anything after issue permit is an inspection, and some of them will have multiple inspection types. And we know now that people are going to say, well, what does BLD fence mean? And really, so what we're trying to do is see if there's a way we can modify this to say BLD fence inspection or BLD inspection rough, final. We need to try to provide a little bit more data, because now that we're getting the information out there, it's going to arm people, but it's also going to generate some questions. So we're already working on the next step, which is to try and put some clarity to what all of those acronyms mean in the software. Go ahead, Matt, go to the next.
Sure. So you can see here, this is just back one screen. When I typed in the address, I searched for all, and you can see all of the permit, code case, inspection, or license records. So you can navigate through here. You can look at the code cases that are on this, that have been on this property. It includes closed cases as well as active cases. Licenses, so if someone would have a rental registration on their property, you would be able to determine whether they were properly registered as a rental. That would be under license type. The other way to use this tool is you can actually type in the permit number directly. For our residents, if you have an active permit on your property, this is typically on the permit card or on the permit board. At the top of that document, you can see a permit number. It typically starts with a B, like a BLDR or BRC. And then the number at the end of that prefix shows the year that the permit was applied for. So if it's a recent permit applied for in 2026, it'll have a 26 in that prefix. So I'm just going to pull up a new single-family construction permit. So I'm typing in the permit number in that and then hitting search. So this is a BRC 26, so it's a new single-family residence permit that was applied for in the year 2026. So you can see here, applied for 410. It has not been issued, and it's currently in resubmittal required status, which means that it failed one or more reviews. And with this tool, and by clicking on that permit number, you can actually, without an account, without registering, you can see I'm not registered or logged in right now. I can go down below the blue hub tab at the top and go to reviews. And you can see on the workflow here, it passed the completeness check on 4/16, but did not pass the review cycle on May 13th. If I click on reviews, there's a lot more information. It shows all the reviews that are associated with this permit application. The green were all reviews that were approved during the first submission, but you can see the building and the zoning reviews did not pass back in May. So if I click on the building review, you can see here, this is actually the review comment that our plans examiner put on this permit application, and you can read precisely the reason why this was not approved and why the permit was not issued. So you can see in this case, there was a discrepancy between the architectural plans, energy calculations, and product approvals regarding the window and door selection. So this is the comment that needs to be addressed when the contractor resubmits this application. And if they address the review comments here, those reviews will be approved and the permit will be ready to be issued. So this provides a good deal more transparency for property owners into the process. Again, this is available today at capecoral.gov, clicking I want to and then permit search. You can type in your address or your permit number and have access to information even into the review rejection comments or the failed inspections. So we hope this is a useful tool for our residents and provides them with more visibility into the work that's occurring on their properties.
So let there be no more disputes from here forward.
Are there any questions?
So be it.
Sure, we have a few here. Councilmember Dano?
I actually don't have any questions. I did want to share from a personal experience as a resident. I had heard all the talk in theory, but I actually went through this, and what I found, because I know nothing about contracting, there's a lot of information here, but it helped to bridge that gap between what the resident, like someone who like me, completely naive, and the construction contractor. And it was very, very seamless. So yep, just kudos for it. So just go to I want to, like he said, I want to, search for a permit, and it just tracks you through. And there's no excuse, as you say, Mr. City Manager, because I went through it, and it was just great. It was just great. So
Yeah,
well
and if your contractor doesn't give you a permit number to search, you can
yourself.
check your address. So we wanted to show that you can do it either way.
Okay, Councilmember Kaduc?
Thank you. Yes, you can check your address, but it needs to be typed in specifically how it shows in LIPA, like ST, not street all the way out. I think that's important. I went to a constituent's house this past weekend and I sent you guys all the information, and I walked her through how to do all of this herself. I mean, I live on Intergov with my day job, so I know how to do that. I think that's a great addition to show exactly why it's, failed inspection or however failed. One thing I still, and I will keep beating this drum, the county, Kevin Carnes, has done where you can sign up for property alerts for any title changes to your property. I feel like we need to reach out to the county to find out how we can do And it's on our citizens, it's on our residents. They have to go and sign up on their own. I would type in my own home address and any properties that I own to get this specific alert. So if there's any type of code violations, permits that are pulled, any type of info, I'm getting emailed that information. And that's what he does at the title level for any properties. So I think it would be definitely helpful. And then we can put it back on the residents, like, hey, you can go sign up, and if you don't get the alert, that's basically on you, unless we have a, you know, an error, which we did with 311, which I sent over the weekend as well. But I think that would be super beneficial, because then they're getting alerts throughout all of this. They're getting emailed throughout all of this on anything, even a code violation, anything that's happening in InterGov. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, could you just review, make people aware of the fact that for some privacy issues, there's a depth of information that you can't go beyond unless you're an actual contact inside of the job, if you will.
Yeah, of course. So on the screen that I have up on the large screens in chambers here, you can see I'm on that single family residence permit. I am not logged in, so where it says log in or register. If I was a contact on this permit, I would have full access. But without an account, and for all residents, you have access to the summary, locations. You can look at the fee information where it has the fee breakdown. In this case, they've only paid the deposit because it's not an issued permit, so that 15% deposit is right there. What they cannot access, and you can access reviews and inspections, which is great. However, you cannot access the actual design drawings in the attachment section. So you can see it'll give you a notification message there at the bottom of the screen. You must be a contact on this record. You also cannot see the more info screen. So those are the two main areas that are not available unless you are associated with the permit record. To Councilmember Kaduk's point, we have the ability to add residents as contacts to the contacts for each type of permit or each permit record. The issue with that is with the permissions, and we are currently working with Tyler Technologies on a way to modify how we were configuring our permissions. We had some residents who we did add to their permits for their properties, and due to the permission issue, we actually had the residents calling and requesting inspections through the system, and then the contractor was getting a re-inspection fee because the project was not ready for that given inspection. So it is something that we're actively working on with IT and Tyler Technologies, and the opt-in, maybe on a parcel level rather than a project level, is what we're hoping to do. So we'll definitely continue to work on that.
Okay, seeing other lights on, appreciate the presentation and something that's, you know, a tool I think our community can use. I know I get a lot of calls on a particular permit, and most of the time when I go on InterGov and just pull up what I can under a public search, most of the questions are answered, and most of the time what is being articulated by the person who's contacted me versus what's in the computer usually are much different. So this will definitely be a tool that you know, everyone in the community can use.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 6, which is roundtable discussions. Any roundtable discussion? Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, just two very brief things, and I will be brief. I have an advertisement for my town hall coming up on June 1st. It's going to be held at Sandoval, open to the public. The special topic will be development services support, and then we'll get into general questions or anything of city business. If you come, please enter through Veterans Gate. I'll be in the Pelican Building right on Sandoval Boulevard. So that's from 5 to 6:30, Monday, June 1st. And second is that I don't know if a lot of people probably heard and/or saw on TV a lot of the bus accidents that are occurring, and all of the violations that the county's picking up on their bus cameras. And some of those things have been very horrendous. We're at a League of Cities meeting for Southwest Florida last week, and in Estero they had one where a driver went on inside to the right of a bus and hit a 12-year-old. Thank goodness she wasn't seriously hurt. But I mean, it's really a a very difficult situation, and people just aren't paying attention to the buses. As a result of that, we do not have any bus cameras on our charter school buses, and we have 27 buses flown. I'd like to ask Mayor for a second to be able to pursue that, to see if we can get the charter school cameras installed on the buses. So if I could get a second to pursue it.
And can you explain the funding mechanism in order to?
Yeah, basically, it's a little more complicated, and the funding would come, there's going to be a state or a county money available. They're supposed to manage the system as by statute right now, and we would probably be pursuing some kind of interlocutor so that we could manage the system and receive some benefit and refund back to them a certain percentage of the proceeds. Just for some statistics on what the revenue has been for the county, I think in a little over 2 months since it's been in place, or 3 months, they had like 25,000 violations, a very large number of violations. So we would have to go through the interlocutor and pursue it that way. All
right, so basically what you're asking for is maybe a second to capture that data and bring something back to a future committee
Correct.
of the whole?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone willing to give the second?
Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Appreciate it.
All right. Councilmember, was that all you had?
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Cadut?
Thank you, Mayor. This email just came into me just now, so I just want to have our city manager maybe clear the record. It says that a statement was made about the boat ramp at Horton Park and that that there are no staging docks, and that's false.
Just correct.
He opened up with that.
That's what and this email just came in at 2:47, so I wanted to make sure that whoever is listening and watching knows that you did correct that.
Yeah, I said I like shade at night and I made a mistake.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to item 7, citizens input. Citizens input is a maximum of 60 minutes set for the input of citizens on matters concerning city government, 3 minutes per individual. Please remember to state your name for the record. Madam City Clerk, if you could call up the individuals utilizing the Cape Coral residence first.
John Neely and David Scott.
Good afternoon, Council. My name's David Scott, 32-year resident of Cape Coral. I think I'll start this with what's changed and what I intended to say here today. First of all, there's some interesting comments that I'd like to address, and I just suggest that when you explain your accounting principles to the general public, you might want to differentiate between general accepted accounting principles, regulatory accepted accounting principles, and municipal accepted accounting principles. I was on the Lee County Co-op Board for 18 years. Our budgets were 2.5 times what you're dealing with here. And it took me about 1.5 years to learn the regulatory accounting principles. So the quality of the questions or the lack thereof that comes out of this council are kind of a tell to me on the complexities that we're dealing with the budget. Co-op didn't have near the debt, but at the same time, the co-op built as it went on. And that's not the case with the city. We have to put in the infrastructure, and that's why the city's behind the 8 ball. I really think if you talk about this stuff a little bit more, then the people in the audience could understand it. But was last council meeting, there was some comments on assignability of lease and leasehold interest, which I thought were also very interesting. I've done a lot of leases in my lifetime, very big dollar leases. So assignability, you never allow assignability, and if it's not in your contract, most states will assume that the lease is assignable. never let your lease be assignable. Leasehold interest. If you're in a P3, you never want to have a leasehold interest with your lessee. You need to avoid that by having escalators in there or doing a net lease. But what I really came down here to talk about was actually the 7 islands and the rowers. For those council members that answered our phone calls, and believe me, there's been a bunch of people calling down here, we thank those council members very much, and we thank you for the time. And for those council members that actually stood us up and scheduled time in your office, and then didn't allow us to speak to you, shame on you. I'm a scientist. I came with facts, observations, empirical evidence, and to have somebody that claims to be a scientist run from me that doesn't want to discuss these issues is just amazing. But to the 7 islands and the rowing club, through all this budget process, we're hearing about how you want to save money. Well, you're allowing yourselves to be duped basically by bad information. There's no safety issue. There's no conflict with the future 7 Islands development. And I've got about 12 seconds, but the Army Corps of Engineers, you should know that this permit for this 7 Islands development, the developer asked for a cessation of that review. There's not going to be anything coming out of the ground there for years and years, so there's no conflict with the
Thank you,
rowers.
sir.
Anyway, it's difficult. 3 minutes, and again, those of you that allowed us 20 minutes to talk to you and present facts and figures.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments.
John Mealy and Christina Ilchison.
Yeah. Who's next?
Christina Ilchison and Jeff Manzi.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Christina Ilchison. I am a resident of Cape Coral. I hope y'all had a great Memorial Day weekend. As a longtime citizen from 2000, I am frustrated, sad, and dumbfounded by the continued dichotomy of hypocrisy represented but within the city of Cape Coral. I am here today to talk about a park that is deeply personal to my family and neighborhood kids, Paul Sanborn Park. I have been taking my kids to this park since they were little. My son is 17, my daughter is 14. Over the years, we've used this space. We've already seen it successfully redone once. But 3 years ago, when I last took my kids to the playground, there was signage stating that the park was going to be up for remodeling. The city put up official signage explicitly promising that the park would reopen on May 15th, 2023. Well, here today is May 27th, 2026, and it's been 3 years, and what do we have? We have a giant construction gate surrounding a playground that has been left to sit in stagnation. Now, the city is suddenly fast-tracking a new $671,000 contract that just started in March, acting like it's a brand-new routine 90-day refresh. But neighborhood timeline doesn't lie. This isn't a routine refresh. It's a 3-year administrative failure that is completely hidden behind outdated, misleading signage. And now, right on our doorstep of hurricane season, a gated-off neighborhood asset sitting in limbo right as the storm season is coming. I mean, I could go on and go on and go on, but I mean, come on. This is the sign, and there's a piece of masking tape that says that the park should reopen in 2023. It literally, was dumbfounded. Just dumbfounded. It's still being maintained. The bathrooms are open. The water is operating there. There's a life support system so you can shock the hell out of people if you need to, in case of an emergency. But I have taken my kids there. I have taken the neighborhood kids there. Come on, kids, let's go. And I wanted to, I was looking for a place to have, art in the park, a free thing for the citizens of Cape Coral as an artist and a business owner myself. And it's being held hostage. Why? Why is it gated? And now during hurricane season coming up, what's going to happen? Usually I go there and there are kids, people playing basketball. Like, it's an amazing park that I have taken my son there since 2008, since it was initially brand new. My daughter has climbed the tree. I've had to yell at her to come down. Like, come on, you're not supposed to do that. But I mean, I have a lot of memories there. And as a citizen, we're arguing about JC Park and this and that and the other when we have this, like, it's an asset that's just sitting there. Thank you.
Jeff Manzi and Nate Bliss.
Good afternoon. My name is Nate Bliss. I am a 38-year resident, and for the last 26 years, I have lived on Rosemary Lake off Old Burnstore Road South. To gain open water, all boats launching at the Burnstore Road map must pass through Rosemary Lake. I am an avid lifetime kayaker and strongly favor allowing the rowing club to operate from Tropicana Park. It is an objective that I have actively pursued for over 20 years, involving numerous discussions with the former Parks Director Steve Pullman and the former Mayor Joe Coviella, both of whom were strongly in favor of establishing a rowing and paddling watercraft center in Tropicana Park. This statement addresses the completely asinine assertion that the presence of the rowing club in Tropicana Park will serve to introduce a major safety problem to the North Spreader system. I have been rowing and paddling boats for 85 of my 93 years. Growing up on the Mississippi River, I was on the water every day, weather permitting. In my years of experience, I have encountered only one major threat to my safety: illegally operated powerboats. And there is no waterway where this danger is more pronounced than on the North Spreader system. It is the most dangerous waterway that I have ever paddled. Hawaii, across the U.S. and Northern Europe, no place like the North Spreader system. Cape Coral regulations state that the entire canal system west of Burnstore Road lies within the North Spreader Waterway Manatee Sanctuary Area. These regulations state it is unlawful and prohibited for any person to operate a motorized vessel at a speed greater than idle speed in a manatee sanctuary area. They further state that watercraft must generate minimal weight and that the hull of the watercraft must always be flat in the water. I seldom see powerboats operating in full compliance with these regulations on the North Spreader. Manually powered watercraft by design are at all times flat on the water, and therefore they pose a minimal safety risk. Adhering strictly to these regs requires a passage time of 1.5 to 2 hours from the North Spreader to open water. This is violated all the time. Boats are powered up so they can shorten the passage time. I find it perplexing that anyone who has knowledge of these regulations would reach the conclusion that the presence of a manually powered watercraft poses a serious on-water safety threat on the North Spreader. This claim is pure bunkum and balderdash. If the existing navigational regulations were effectively enforced.
Thank you, sir.
I have one sentence to finish.
Joe Angrisano and Marie Kavanaugh.
Thank you for the opportunity today. Joe Angrisano, Northwest Cape. I did my best to take a look at what was said today about the yacht club in the eyes of the taxpayer. And I started writing as it was going on. So what I'm saying here regarding this, the taxpayer frustration meter on this yacht club discussion was definitely at 100%. I would like to better understand, on behalf of the taxpayers, how the current $165 million had evolved as a spend. Council members appear to be moving in different directions regarding the plan's phases, including options for a fully private development versus a hybrid private-city partnership. Could you clarify the proposed spending for each phase and how we arrived at this reduced scope? Also, there's $9 million in the current budget for yacht club design. What's that all about? Just detail it for the citizens so we know. Additionally, can a potential private sale of the property be evaluated and presented to the taxpayers for its overall impact compared to the current development plans? What's that all about? Private, current development plans, how does that impact the project and the money spent? It's notable that the city, under the mayor, is providing infrastructure support for a simple hookup for the boathouse, while homeowners do not receive the same benefit for the basic UEP water and sewer connections. It's obviously inconsistent and hardly fair to the strapped residents. So here's the key questions. What process and steps are required to put the property up for private sale based on the latest evaluation? Would this approach significantly extend the full development timeline by additional years? Who currently benefits from fuel sales at the facility? What other revenue generators could be implemented under a phased approach? Parking fees, fuel sales, dock fees, etc. What's that revenue all about, and what's it like to our benefit? What is the current projected timeline for the boathouse construction and associated infrastructure build-out? Please provide details on the $5 million allocation for the new pier. Are the numbers and design close to being finalized? Overall, the process feels like we're trying to turn the Titanic. I know we can agree that there's an urgent need to accelerate the consensus among the council members and the city leader to move forward. How do we speed it up? Finally, how is it possible that years after the event, we still not have a finalized FEMA reimbursement for the pier? Like one of our council members mentioned, I remain concerned about the level of due diligence that's being applied to the pier project. What's going on? Tell the general public how that's proceeding, and I think it would really benefit us. So I see I'm out of time, but I really appreciate the time here and the ability to speak. Thank you very much. Let us know what's going on.
Okay, my name is Marie Kavanaugh, and let's start with our $18 million retention pond and splash pad, formerly known as J.C. Park. That place is a mess. It is full of water. It's going to remain full of water through the rainy season. You cannot use that big, giant, circular, grassy area. I couldn't get within 50 feet of that water level without the ground being squishy. I was there this past Saturday. And then there's another one, which is right in front of the band or the stage, whatever you have there. But anyway, it's a mess. It's going to be a mess, and I don't see how it could have possibly be designed. And in my opinion, hiring a design engineering group from Philadelphia, PA, who has absolutely no experience down here, because I remember when Pannoni was given the original thing, the original contract to design it, they're from Pennsylvania, but they had just rented an office here, I believe, in an attempt to make us, the citizens, think it was a local company. It's not. Bimini East, our $45 million outdoor storage facility, I noticed you put the flag bunting around the temporary fencing. That is a waste of money. You paid to buy that stuff, and then you paid somebody to put it up, whether it be city employee or whatever. But it looks like hell. You thought the houses and trees looked bad? The store, it's just junk piled out there. Okay, now, city manager, I want to know if you got the state permit from the state of Florida for Title 25, Chapter 333, Section .025. To put up your precious flagpole. And I also, after a meeting about the golf course, Mr. Ilchism and I, and there was someone else there who can verify the conversation, indicated that Flag Systems is going, which I guess is where they're buying the flag from. I don't know. They're not in any of the documentation, at any rate. That they're going to come and help with the installation. How much is that going to cost us? And I honestly don't believe that they're going to be able to put this thing up for the $420,000 they claim. And I want to know, and I've been asking this for weeks since this whole thing came up, what are you going to do when, not if, when it goes over? And I looked at the contract, and they are going to do some kind of a temporary approval so they can hoist the flag up even before it's done. And they're going to have some poor engineer put his name on the dotted line. If I were that engineer, I wouldn't.
Elito Vasquez and Tom Shadrack.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alito. I'm sorry if I sound nervous. A little about myself. I'm a retired combat vet. I came here to speak about the issues that I've come across. My whole life, all I have ever done is serve my country, my community, my city, my town. So when I came back from Iraq, I thought, and I took off my uniform, and I was told that I was unfit for duty because of my PTSD, my TBI. I thought, okay, I'm just gonna go live in Florida, and I was gonna live my life, happily, start a family. And that was 10 years ago. Ever since then, recently I just couldn't sleep, I couldn't do anything, so I started a business. The name of the business is Heaven Bounded, LLC. And it's to place resources like ice and water machines in low-income communities. I just placed one in North Fort Myers at Suncoast Community Center. On Monday, I just gave a free day of water and ice. I came across some wonderful people that thanked me. And my second machine I placed here in Cape Coral. And I can tell you I had some pushback. I handed the city clerk some paperwork for you guys to see. I was issued permits, I was issued electrical, my plumbing permit's about to pass, but code enforcement passed by and they looked at my machine because there's no code, there's no reference. Cape Coral has never had an ice and water machine before, so they just called it storage. And they're like, you have storage, we don't have anything to reference it, so you need to move it. And I'm like, well, I'm providing a service for the citizens for, in case there's a hurricane or, for low-income families, and they didn't care. So I was upset. I was like, well, maybe I need to get a lawyer. Maybe I'm a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and I was told to come here and speak with everybody. If you can please ask, I'm asking for your assistance. I'm asking for your help. I don't want to move my machine to Fort Myers. Fort Myers already has ice and water machines. North Fort Myers has ice and water machines. Lehigh has ice and water machines. Why is it a city like Cape Coral that has more resources, more funds, doesn't have their own ice and water machines? Why are they making it so difficult when the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing? I'm permitted by agriculture, by the city, by the state. I have all my business receipts. I'm just trying to help the next person up. That's just how the person I am. I invested more than $150,000 into these machines. And then that's not even including the permits, and all the other fees. So I'm just pleading for your assistance, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tom Shadrack. Just a couple comments. A lot of discussion on the reserves today. It was interesting. I appreciate the gentleman saying there's a lot of regulations and rules out there that we may or may not be following. Just kind of looking at some facts, in 2020 we had $500 million in cash sitting there, mostly from reserves money. And I look today, we have over $1 billion. So we have doubled how much cash we have sitting in cash accounts today. A lot of it restricted, protected by statute, who knows? I don't think a lot of us know. It was interesting with the Seven Island discussion that we had borrowed money from a water and sewer fund and from our stormwater fund 16 years ago. So what was those reserves needed for if we didn't need them in those accounts for the last 16 years? So now that they've been returned, does that mean you guys are going to lower our stormwater fees this year? What about the water bill? Now that you've got that money back in that account, does that go into the fact that we should reduce our water bills coming up from the 11% increase that's planned? Just some thoughts. Again, these are just my opinions, okay? Plus, I know we've got the slush fund and the solid waste fund of $30 million sitting there. I don't know how that's restricted. It's just was put in there for now a made-up reason for disaster, but that's not the purpose, as a lot of us know that were in the meeting, on why it was created. So interesting to know if those, it was kind of said there was some, we couldn't use money from those funds, and then it said that we could. So what's the real answer there? You know, if Seven Islands did it, was that illegal when they did it back then? I don't know. Okay, and then another suggestion here. We had the hurricane briefing. You know, we had a lot of leftover funds or funds paid back to us from Irma and COVID, like $12 million. Where's the money coming back to us from Ian? Is that $10, $15 million that is going to be paid us back for all our labor and work that we did? I'm sure we submitted that bill, just like Irma and the COVID relief. How much money is in that? That's going to be coming back to us. Maybe there's a lot of cash there. Something to look at and to understand. A couple more things. You had permit here, like that fence now. I just read that there is a new law signed by the governor that's going to exempt any permit required for anything under $7,500 effective July 1st. So where's our process? How much is that going to reduce permitting in our town? Are we saving money by doing that? Are we losing money because you're not going to get the $48? Okay.
Thank you.
One other thing, I think we're not being...
Thank you, sir.
Julia Atari.
You know, if we have an hour, then let's cut us 3 minutes. Julia Atari. Okay, so today I'm here to talk about the whole mess that we've discussed today. Apparently, the Cape Coral residents are now wondering if City Hall is living in the same economy as we are. Families in this city are living paycheck to paycheck. Insurance is through the roof, electric bills are climbing, taxes keep rising, housing costs are out of control. Cape Coral is now ranked among the highest foreclosure areas in Florida at many times in this past year. But somehow during all of this, the city keeps rolling out another giant project. The yacht club redevelopment, millions in the pier, massive fleet buildings, long-term borrowing like money grows on palm trees. It's crazy. Now we keep hearing, don't worry, we have an A+ credit rating. Okay, great, let's talk about that. Great to have a good credit rating. That's perfect, everybody wants one. But a credit rating doesn't help when you're still drowning in debt. Okay, so every month having a good credit doesn't mean that you keep maxing out your credit cards. And the lenders, there's gonna come a time where a lender is gonna say, okay, you're in way too much debt. Whether your credit rating is high or not, it's called debt to income ratio. You might wanna look into that. So it's just not an lending, you have good credit, we're gonna keep carrying a new load. It's long-term debt and you're putting this on the backs of the taxpayers. So can we still borrow money now? Yes. How much can the residents realistically keep paying for? That's the question. Not whether you can borrow. How much do you want to put on them to pay back? Cape Coral already carries hundreds of millions of dollars in debt, and our total long-term obligations are approached over $1 billion. I didn't see that on the chart today, by the way. And it's all determined on how you calculate the money. So what you put here may be what the people looks good to the citizens, but you really need to go back and say, what's our total debt? How much money do we owe today? Okay? Because now that, at this point, taxpayers are not taxpayers anymore. They're just ATM machines for city government. And we can't keep doing that. You can't just keep taking money. We're spending millions and millions of dollars to fleet building. We deserve the answers. How many new jobs is that going to create? How many new mechanics are you going to put on duty? Is any of the debt that you're creating for projects creating the infrastructure that the citizens need, which is work? I don't see any work coming out of any of these projects, so it's really not helping us. You're not creating jobs, okay? And let's not forget, all the costs are going up. We know that. So I'm not opposing progress. I never have. I said, but the citizens need you to prioritize what's important, and you're not doing it.
Thank you very much.
That was the last comment card.
Okay, citizens' input is now closed. Is there any council discussion? Councilmember Kilring.
Yeah, for the gentleman who has the ice and water machines, and I'm going to suggest maybe another councilman has something better than my suggestion, but we have an economic development department. I would suggest that maybe, and we can get you the contacts for that, you go talk to them a little bit about what the opportunity is for seeding a new business, and maybe city manager would like to comment on it now.
I'm only guessing that that is a machine that manufactures ice and then dispenses it. For decades, the city of Cape Coral has not allowed those. That's considered manufacturing. Okay. That's why you do not see them anywhere throughout the city. In other cities, just outside of ours, you will see them along gas stations, along the sides of the road. We do not allow them in Cape Coral. They're considered manufacturing.
Because it's a manufacturing facility. Okay, sorry about that.
It would be allowed in like an industrial zoning.
Okay, all right. Sorry. Second comment, the first gentleman spoke. I believe it was Mr. Scott identified someone on council who would not meet with him. Facts and context are important, sir. And I want to direct facts and context about what you said to correct the record. First of all, I had a meeting set up with you. You were meeting with another council person at the time. Sitting on my desk was a pending ethics violation that was going to be executed against myself and several other council people with respect to the topic you wanted to discuss with me. I sought legal counsel from city attorney, and he recommended, and I followed his recommendation, not to further discuss that until that was resolved. You and I had a very amicable conversation that day, right at this counter, right before council meeting. I told you I would get back to you as soon as that cleared, and we would meet. The next morning, I had a phone call from you that was recorded, and I have the recording. And let me tell you, my friend, I don't intimidate well. You're going to demand me to meet with you? That doesn't work with this guy. The other point is, too, you're going to disparage my background when you don't know me from day one. I will not tolerate that. So for context and record, take that to the bank and book it. Thank you.
Councilmember Donnell.
Could we do, Mr. City Manager, could we do just a little bit better than that? Because normally, can we have someone from staff meet with the gentleman, explain specifically what you just mentioned, and see if there's something we can, because he's been here since, forever, like the rest of them. But that's how I would like to see us. I thought that's what we did when they come up and we have staff to get with the gentleman and talk about exactly if there's anything that can be done. But not just so we just kind of leave them to us. Is that possible? There's someone here that can talk with him now outside to address his concern.
Yeah, our code manager's here. He's got a code case. All right, so absolutely. I was just trying to inform the council based on the picture.
I just didn't see anybody moving. He'll take care of that. Next thing, if you saw over here, no, you only talk with him. I don't need to hear it. He's the one that asked the question.
Just to be clear, yes, there is an open, Todd Hoagland, Code Compliance Manager. Yes, there is an open code case. And there was an email sent by city planning yesterday to Heaven Bounded. So the reply was sent yesterday. I have an email on my phone with the answer and the site that it's not allowed. So I'm not sure where the mix-up is here, but
I think
So
they're
nobody
aware
has
and they're
talked-
trying to ask council if you're willing to reconsider the code or to allow that in commercial districts. Would mean in restaurants, gas stations, supermarkets.
I'm not looking for any of that. I just want people have a question and had a concern. I just thought staff should talk with them about what I'm hearing you say. Staff has already talked to them face to face or had a conversation with them on the phone. Will we just send them an email? Is that what we're doing?
I'll talk to him. I will talk to him.
Yeah. No, sir. Sorry. All right. Next thing, if you looked over here, this is a classic example. And one of the things, council, I don't know, that's not city something, but I have this thing about generations. And if you listen to the comments here, we're in this span now of generations. And if you look at the conversation about what we talked about in today's COW and the issues that we deal with, it is quite clear. You can draw a line between, we have the silent generation, they approach these issues one way, us late baby boomers in one way. It is absolutely fascinating. You can almost predict it. And what it all comes down to, the bottom line is this: we keep using the word what we need and what we want. And having sat here and listening and just listened to us, it will be interesting to understand how do we get to that? How do we determine what is a need and what is a want? That's a good question, isn't it? And just listening here, per generation, it differs. For us and whomever speaks, I'm still back in the same point, and thank you, council, dealing with it. Now it's for the residents. What pocket are we in? Are we in, okay, we're just not going to do anything, we're going to stop everything and cut, because there's fat. Boom, are we going to maintain where we are, and that means we can't really move, just maintain and hold on, or are we going to grow the city? That's really the options. Council here is doing a balance, and I applaud them for that. So again, I always get accused for telling people and preaching and stuff, but I just think those things we need to work out as a community because we still need together to move forward. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Kadook.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, to the gentleman that spoke about the water and ice machine, I guess, Mr. City Manager, I wrote down notes. When I was listening to him, he was told to go to the Department of Agriculture, and then he was told to get a BTR. I guess, how did we get this far in telling him to do these steps, and then we still denied it? I don't know how we got there.
There's a whole, I'm going to talk to him and I'm going to get a bunch of information. So
Okay.
I can't answer any of your
Yeah,
questions.
I mean, it was interesting when I was listening to him, like, he was told, go to the Department of Agriculture. He did that. Then he was told to get a BTR. He did that. And then we're like, nope, we don't accept that. So I was just wondering, like, there was definitely a disconnect with staff somewhere.
He may be trying to open again, this is,
Yeah.
I don't even want to speculate.
That's fair. And then also, Mr. Angrisano, you actually had a very good idea, and I would love for the city manager to present this to us. A plan A, a plan B, a plan C for the yacht club, a side-by-side comparison of all three. Plan A, develop the plans as is and how do we pay for it. Plan B, with mixtures of P3s with deed restrictions of, we keep the beach, the pier, public parking, and then there's a P3 for the marina and maybe a P3 for the community center and pools. And then plan C, keep the beach, pier, restrooms, and sell it. And also in that presentation, what would the tax base be that comes back online to us? I think that would be very beneficial for all of us to see to make a sound decision. I thought that was a great idea. Thank you for that. And then also, I think it was Mr. Shadrack that spoke on the 7 islands, and Mr. City Manager, you were shaking your head no, but did we use stormwater funds to purchase the 7 islands?
Yeah, I was shaking my head because I do not believe any money was borrowed between
Well, we paid it
funds.
back. No, we paid it back. Crystal.
No, I think the stormwater fund actually was part of the investment of the islands. I don't think the general fund borrowed money from the stormwater fund.
We
I
paid
think
it back.
the 7 islands was owned by the water and sewer fund.
Okay.
The general fund and the stormwater fund. I don't think there was
Understood.
any
So then when
borrowing.
we did the sale, then we distributed it to those three
You
funds.
got
That's
it.
what you were saying. Okay. And then he also spoke about, I guess at the state level, fence permits and $7,800. And what's the clarification on that?
So we have a whole presentation about that because there is a lot of misinformation.
Okay.
I was made aware last evening that a resident did email my staff yesterday expecting them to cut positions and save money based on their interpretation of what the statute says.
Okay.
So we are preparing an entire presentation. It is going to be on the next agenda. But let me say this, what the state passed, by and large, is not going to help Cape Coral. The $7,500 only applies if 100% of your property is out of the special flood hazard area. If 1 square centimeter of your
My property.
is in the special flood hazard area, you're out. That's about, I think that's about 62, 68%.
So the Northeast finally gets there.
No, it goes further than that. So I think that's like a third of all properties in the city. We have the largest special flood hazard area in the nation aside from New Orleans. So a third of our properties are out. So then that means, okay, we've got a third that are going to be potentially eligible for the exemption. Okay? Now, if it's a mechanical, electrical, or plumbing, those, and structural, those also do not apply to the exemption. So, the only building permits that we issue that are not mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and structural are essentially fences without concrete walls, chain link.
Yeah.
So this is only going to impact a minuscule amount of permits in our city. That may not be the case throughout the state, but here it is minuscule. Now, here's the other thing. The statute also comes with it, thank you, state, an unfunded mandate. In order to even be able to do the work without a permit, they have to apply for the exemption certificate from us. So what does that mean? We now have to review their project to make sure it's not in a special flood hazard area, not mechanical, not electrical, not plumbing, and not structural. And if it passes, it's free, no permit. So we have to review every permit that comes in for that exemption if they apply for it, with the potential of not receiving any money to recover the costs of that review. So 100% have to be reviewed for the exemption. Not even all of them will get revenue to reimburse the fund for those expenses. Thank you.
For fences.
Thank you. Also, Ms. Atari spoke about debt to income ratios, and we need to clear the air here. We currently have a millage rate of 5.1471. We could raise the millage rate. I'm not saying I agree with that, but our debt to income ratio does have a huge portion that could still go up. So it's important to note.
Yeah, I mean, there is absolutely a mischaracterization and misinformation out there. We are not maxing out the credit cards, our credit limit. We have a lot of debt capacity. What we are doing is spending within our limits. We have a lot of things to do, and you all are rightly so discussing what to prioritize, where to spend the cash. We still have a lot of capacity and debt that we could get access to, but you have to have the funding availability to do that, which is why the PST availability is out there, why the millage increase. We are raising the millage gets you additional debt capacity. So we still have a lot of debt capacity. We are not talking about doing all that to max out our credit cards. That is a convenient scare tactic, but not the truth.
Right, and I just wanted to make sure, I mean, it's my understanding that we could go up to basically, and I'm just paraphrasing, but like 9 mills. We have a huge swing, we had a huge pendulum here that we could potentially borrow, or if we wanted to fund everything, we really could. We're just trying to be very mindful of how the taxpayers, how it squeezes all of us. So I wanted to make sure that we did put that on the record. The debt to income ratio, there is really no income ratio at this point. We could raise that, but we're going with a status quo budget as of now. Thank you.
Okay. I think today's discussion, regarding how we're going to pay for items, prioritizing projects, is important. And, we need to improve our efficiencies, try to implement more cost-saving measures in order, we're a growing city, of only 45% built out. So we have a long way to go. I think it's important that we try to look at all of our revenues to see for any of these projects. And I think today's discussion was very productive for the council. And I think utilizing some of the funds, whether it was sale of property, fund balance, I think that we need to continue this practice because the fact of the matter is that we got more needs than we have dollars. And we're going to have to prioritize those needs and try to balance it accordingly to keep our city moving forward and to make sure that we plan for the future. So, I think a good job by our council today on having those discussions. Seeing no other lights on, time and place of future meetings. We have a regular meeting. The Cape Coral City Council is scheduled for Wednesday, June the 3rd, beginning at 4 p.m. here in council chambers. Also, we have a budget workshop, day 1 of Cape Coral City Council is scheduled for Thursday, June 4th, beginning at 9 a.m. here in council chambers, and day 2 of the budget workshop is scheduled for Friday, June 5th, 2026, beginning here at 9 a.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.